Please
Okay.
do not swear.
Oh, fuck biscuits.
Right, that's it. Now you forfeited your kneecaps.
Aw.
No, not my kneecaps. That's where I keep my knee jelly.
I can't. Oh, it's loading chat. Okay. There we go.
Straight up grabs a knife and starts carving your kneecaps out.
My delicious knee jelly.
Knee jelly.
My cheek meat!
Oh, you don't deserve these no more.
My cheek meat!
What's with you and kneecaps recently, Jack?
Without those, you don't walk.
Okay. I mean, it's very ominous.
There we go. I got that one.
Don't act like Owie hasn't thought about taking people's kneecaps before.
And I'll go to the
I've seen that girl's eyes. She's thought about it.
Alright,
Oh.
doing it.
Only if they're ponies from Equestria that could potentially eat her internal organs.
Bitch, I am looking at that drawing of the family picture. Look at those eyes. She is thinking about Willis's kneecaps next. That's why he's looking down. He's worried. He's worried they're next.
Okay, so...
I know I don't use them, but God, I don't know use them.
That I'm around. Hi to everyone on stream.
God damn it, Dan.
I told you I would.
Ugh.
Oh, is he off again?
Yeah.
Daniel doing Daniel things.
Okay. So...
Say what?
Say what? Say what?
God.
He's
Look,
so
Gandhi.
High every million.
Clone High is so good.
Clone High is really good.
Sometimes it bugs me that people only know it through the meme and they don't actually know Clone High.
Oh yeah.
Like the one of the best scenes from Clone High that's not a meme, or at least not one that I don't see happening, is where they're trying to get invited to JFK's party, and it's like, mark my words, you geeks ain't coming to my party. We'll bring the beer. Be there at 8. All right, so we're on episode 31. How you guys feeling?
Ooh.
hungry.
Like the wolf?
Yes.
Noodle's got a wolf shirt confirmed.
No!
Ha!
Oh, BD Sora, thank you.
Vizzle Dizzle.
Hey!
Getting some
Oh,
tasty
that's it.
bitties.
And one for you too!
No, you don't. Ah!
VD Sora. If you were a sound VD, you'd be the cat's meow.
You beat the bees flagellum.
Flagellum!
Flagellum. The bad Chucky Flagellum.
Chucky, this was your mom's flagellum.
Why is it in a box, Paul?
No. Not that.
I still just love imagining that scene with Majin, Vegeta, and Trunks. Trunks, I've never held you once since you were a baby. Now, come to Poppy.
That's right. What up against my flagellum?
You may have taken my mind, Bobbity, and my body, but there's one thing a Saiyan always keeps. His flagellum!
Oh dear.
Are we live, by the way?
Oh,
We have been live for a while!
Okay,
Talking about
good.
Saiyan flagellum.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I imagine Charles Finchster, like, that's like Chucky's dad's name, right?
Yeah. Charles
Jeez.
Xavier Finster.
Okay, Tails.
Did I imagine him keeping his wife's finger in a
No,
small...
that's
No,
real!
no,
That's real!
Real.
Because
He kept her finger bone!
I had like a dream about that one time, and
no.
I've been like debating whether like that happened in the dream or the actual show, and now I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
He kept her finger bone in the box.
Yeah, no, Chucky was crying one day, so he just took the finger out of the box and dragged it across his face. Like, shh, 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 shh. Your mother's still here, Chucky. She's still here.
Why on earth would you do that?
Chaz is a freak.
Collects it. He's been trying to reanimate her like Full Metal Alchemist. That's why Chucky has sinus problems. He sacrificed Chucky's ability to breathe properly.
Her full name was her full name was Isgona Diane Finster.
Oh, hey, Isgona. I wonder what's gonna happen to you. Her name is Isgona Die.
You know what's weird? If I saw like somebody walking around with like their beloved like whoever's finger bone, I'd be like okay with it because I'm people like more in different ways. It's just the fact that it's specifically a Rugrats character in the show Rugrats, and it's specifically Chucky's dad.
It's like if Stu came out of nowhere like, Dee Dee, you know I love you, but I always miss my second wife. And he just pulled out her skin face from a plastic bag.
It's gonna put Pickle's toys on the map.
Oh god.
She put my heart on the map.
Oh god! Then he starts doing the fucking the dance from Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, he puts the face on Mr. Friend and it walks up like 1 + 1. That makes 2. Kill me, please. I'm stuck with Stu. La 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 la.
It's Mr. Bean. It starts doing the Buffalo Bill dance.
Would you be a toy for me? I'd be a toy for you.
Okay, this starts to get very fucking weird.
Good.
Yeah, we're getting the silence of the rats.
Pre-stream file Phantasma. Welcome everybody.
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah, you guys want to run through some stuff real quick? Anybody got any announcements or anything important you want to go over before we get started?
There is one important thing, but we can completely glance over and not mention it whatsoever.
But where's the fun in that?
Oh, I was going to say Fanarchy, but thank you, Jack. So, Bugs X Bones is coming back tomorrow!
I'm sorry!
Yay! You're
welcome.
We just uploaded the last 2 sessions, or 2 completed sessions, rather, into one video on the channel. It's called Candyman, so if you want to catch up, you can watch that. And, yeah, tomorrow is going to be the first episode of the new arc.
Bulu Empire, baby.
Is what a what now?
Bulu Empire.
Bulu Empire, is it a baby?
I said Bulu Empire, baby.
Okay, well...
I'm getting excited. I'm getting hyped.
Oh, Bulu Empire, baby.
Oh, Batty, that's a Shin-Chan bit. Don't do this.
Is it a Shin?
Yeah, it's fucking Kenta finds him in the park, and he's like, you don't understand. We were brought together by Destiny Child. Yeah, I bet they brought a lot of people together. Not Destiny's Child, Destiny Child.
Oh, god damn it. But yeah, if you like Bugs X Bones, we're gonna play tomorrow. First, well, not first, but they're at the mansion. We'll do a recap of everything since it's been a while. Don't worry if you can't catch up. We'll cover everything. It's fine.
We'll put something together for you.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Bulu Empire is on the horizon, and maybe a little fun mansion antics before that. We'll see.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
looking forward to doing that.
We put up this man on the job for the recap. Scraps to handle this.
A lot of things happened in the preceding months, and I slept through most of it.
Okay, Scraps, you're fired. Matches, you handle this.
God damn
All
it.
right, real quick, just to keep everything on track just for a second. So I am mostly through editing it. I'm almost finished at the point, but we have finished our first type lock race, and we will be uploading that to the channel in small bits soon. Just needs to get through finishing all the back end cleanup, and then we're gonna make it look all pretty full. And you guys can enjoy the antics of a certain, victor. We won't say who won. We won't say who lost. But
Damn.
Everybody knows I won. You
Wow,
don't have to scare it up.
I've been taking up coughing lately. It's been fun.
Cable, for the folks at home who don't know what a type lock is, or at least what our definition of a type lock, could you describe it to them?
Surety thing. So, a type lock's not your traditional Nuzlocke because it's not a Nuzlocke whatsoever. A type lock is where we've rolled off of a chart and we have been locked into a single type of Pokemon, and that is the only one we're allowed to catch and use throughout the entirety of our quest to race and see who can beat the Elite Four first. We did this through Fire Red, and you are allowed to catch HM slaves naturally, but you aren't allowed to use them in battle, level them up, or anything. It was a pretty fun race. It had its ups and downs. There was some hiccups we had with this being our first run, but with those ironed out and taken care of, I think we're set to go into Heart Gold, Soul Silver with a very productive race. And we'll have Noodle joining us for that one.
Yes.
Overall Dragon.
You gotta teach me how the emulator works.
Don't you worry. We're going to get you all taken care of.
That's ominous.
Lastly, I think all the normal shows, like typically you can find them all here. Digimon Knighthood, DM'd by Blackjack K9. Amazing DM, great story. Been having a lot of fun with that.
I've traumatized children.
Bugs X Bones is coming back tomorrow. File Phantasma. Sorry, we just a few house end things I had to make sure I covered today before we could start. This time slot is not 100% locked in at this moment, but you may be looking at more earlier File Phantasmas instead of on our traditional Saturdays.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll actually have some more people stopping by since it's not going to be ass o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Ooh, no 4 a.m. games.
Oh, we're playing till 4 a.m. tonight, don't you worry.
Yeah.
But, for me, on my end, that is what I've got to take care of for my housekeeping. Anybody else, or are we good to go?
I think we're good to go.
Yeah, I think so.
We already said Reef Anarchy.
Read for Anarchy. You like the music? Check out Louise. You like the art? We're gonna plug any and all artists who contribute to this. We love everybody who helps us out. Especially my good friend, the one, the only Dave himself, Chibaraya.
Fuck you, Dave. And you
Everybody loves you, Dave.
I hate you, Dave.
Alright, I'm gonna do a pre-stream scream and we can get started.
Dave, if you come anywhere near me again, I'm gonna rip your intestines out through your throat.
Cable never gives a pre-stream motivational speech. I think he should do that instead.
But this is how he tells himself we're not friends for the next few hours.
And I just did that. Alright. Okay. When last we left off in File Phantasma, the party had a very fun Halloween excursion with a little bit of trick-or-treating with Hiroki, with dressing up in fun costumes and getting to romp around a very nice neighborhood set up, by the people of Hanging Neck because of low mortality rates in the Dark Tournament and wanted to give kids some good memories before they're inevitably traumatized at the death of their loved ones. Anyway, the party met a very lovely gentleman named Dave who did nothing wrong. They got to trick-or-treat. They got turned into children. Naoki unnecessarily scarred a man. Kunai helped. And it ended with them fighting the night away in the middle of the woods, where they met death, which was never going to happen. But it's fun for them to believe it would have.
That was a scary boss fight.
So,
Things
Dave.
happened. They were rewarded with snacks, drinks, and an evening to themselves. We pick back up on the next day. Today and the day after this will be your guys' time to do anything you'd like to do while on Hanging Neck Island. You have no matches for the next 2 days. Moving forward from here, I leave what you guys do open to you. we start with, I'll say, all of you guys around 10 a.m. in the hotel room.
Dave, you're on my shit list.
And everybody gives me a casual initiative so we can just see where everything's going.
Soka.
Alright, let's see.
Soka.
Am I on? There I am. I am on the map.
Dave.
Oh, damn!
God.
That never happens!
We know
Oh,
what his
you should
initiative
take that
score
on
is
me.
for.
Okay.
Oh, please let that happen for perception rolls later.
Okay, so Daisuke, Matt, Naoki, and Kunai. Daisuke. It's fairly early in the morning. Well, not super early. It's about 10 a.m. You have some free time. You've made your way back over to the rest of your party. Everybody seems to be in relatively good condition, even with the events that had happened last night. I'll say you got to have a nice cry with Sheena. She made you feel better after you met with her again. And you have the day to yourself.
Alright, so Daisuke's strolling in like Kramer. Yeah, the studio audience claps.
I wish I had a studio audience sound bit right now.
Good morning, everybody. Well, nice to see everyone's up and at 'em.
I'm in the room, guys!
Naoki's just gonna he's just gonna stare at you with his hair is more unfurly than normal, and he just has eye crust.
Oh,
He
so
did not have.
it's just you then.
Yeah, it's just me normally. And he looks like he did not have a good night's sleep.
Oh, guess yesterday's still on your mind, huh?
Whatever would give you that impression?
The fact that it looks like you hadn't changed out of your costume.
Oh. Huh. Well. Guess I better do that now.
Well, I don't know what you guys are up to today, but I think I'm gonna check out the island. Actually, you know what? I think we should go. I think I'm gonna go visit Pyro. I know that.
That's a good idea.
I guess.
He's gonna be really bummed out when he finds out he missed Halloween.
We could just not tell him.
I'm pretty sure he knows.
Oh.
He can feel it. He took a knee.
Naoki, you get a message on your phone.
I'm looking at it.
Alright. So it's a message from Hideki. He lets you know around 3 p.m. at a restaurant over in Hanging Neck called the Blue Flamingo. Just to meet him there later today.
Okay. I'll take note of that. Well, might as well get this over with.
Yeah, I got somewhere else I need to be today, but I think it would be a good idea to see Pyro.
Yeah, we're gonna give him this armful of candy.
You have a massive amount of candy that you can give to Pyro.
That should cheer him up.
It'll make him feel better. You see, Jin just sort of stretching himself out, so you guys are going to be gone for the day, eh?
Hey, you can join us if you want.
I haven't really had any me time for too long. I think I'm just gonna veg out in the room. Suzaku, leave. Suzaku's I don't know if you guys have seen Married with Children. You ever seen when Al Bundy lays on the couch and doesn't want to be bothered?
Yes!
Suzaku's just laying back like that, and he's like, I hope you realize what you just said to me. Yes. I hope you realize I'm stronger than you.
Oh no.
Zaku just glares at him.
This is awkward.
And Jin's just floating and he's just laughing.
Ooh,
You can roll insight on Jin if you'd like.
What is this boy up to?
19!
Jin's just taking the piss today. He's just poking fun at Suzaku. He's more not he's not trying to be arrogant with Suzaku. He's just poking fun at the sake of maybe potentially building up some camaraderie. Suzaku's just glaring and he just redirects his head back to TV as he starts watching again. Oh, he's no fun.
Well, at least you're in high spirits, Jin.
Yeah, as always. That holiday yesterday was fun. All the sweet things you could eat and people walking around in weird costumes. Gotta say, I'm really loving this human world more and more the longer I'm here.
What did you end up getting up to anyway?
Oh, me and Toa went around. They gave us candy. They thought we were in costumes. I don't know why. They said I was an imp. Don't know why they would think that, but whatever. I got these things called taffy. That was an experience.
Tabby.
If you look at Jin, his face is noticeably sticky.
Oh no.
He's got like a wrapper still stuck to him that I don't think he's aware of.
Yeah, you might want to hit the showers later.
Right. Well, you all enjoy your day. I'm gonna laser around here. Maybe find something else to do later on. But if you do something fun, come get me.
The thought had not crossed my mind. I should probably consider that.
Good.
Doing something fun, that is.
Sheena's just like looking at you, Daisuke. Oh, I can't hang around for long. I actually have to. I have to work today for a little bit. No. First round of the dark tournament. First section of the dark tournament ends. A lot of deaths. A lot of souls that need to get ferried around.
Oh yeah. Kind of get swept away in the moment. Don't really consider that. Oh boy.
Yeah, well, it's off to doing work. Sheena looks very bummed that she has to go to work today.
Dicey's gonna give her a hug and a smooch.
Oh, she hugs you back, and she looks like she's in better. She looks like she's happy about that, but still mad that she has to go to work. But she goes, and she just sort of heads off. So, Daisuke's going to visit Pyro. Who's going with him?
I'll go.
Naoki's gone.
I'm gonna swing by there before I do what I gotta do.
Same here.
Okay. Matt, what you up to today?
Oh, I thought I'd be in my own room at this point still.
Oh, you know what? Actually, yeah, you wouldn't be in this part, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had your token there so I wouldn't forget. Because I needed to... Well, that erased it. Great. Just great. Just great.
Fucking
Alright,
fool.
we'll do the hospital stuff, and then we're gonna jump over to what Matt's doing, because I actually know what you're gonna be about.
Right.
Okay. So... let's move you over to the hospital. There is a map for this.
Do we have
Oh.
a fancy hospital track?
No. I'm not made of tracks.
Bowman!
And who's he talking to in the bed, Dan?
He survived?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
I don't like this.
Alright, so if you guys can... As you guys head off, you, it takes you a while asking some of the demons, because they're not particularly sure what you're looking for, like, a hospital? Oh, you mean the corpse ward? Yeah, go down this way. They lead you, and they give you directions to make it to here, and you inevitably find a bunch of rooms. You find a receptionist just chewing gum. Like, oh, yeah, he's, she gives you the ward he's staying in, and you guys make your way up.
A lot of familiar faces here.
A lot of familiar faces. Kunai, where are you?
I don't know.
Slap yourself on the map, girl.
Slap.
You guys make your way. You can make perception checks to look and see who's around.
Ayy.
Yep, that's what I expected.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Hold on. I gotta roll something.
I gotta ask though, is it absolutely possible to miss Bowman in any way?
No, you're not gonna miss Bowman. You do miss Plum.
Okay.
I do see Risho, and I may have a little evil smirk on my face as I pass him by.
How did he get there?
Does a 20 hit you?
A 20 actually hits me exactly.
Okay, so you don't take any damage. You get a fruit cup to the back of the head as Risho throws something at you.
Oh, what
Because
the
you're not
fuck? Oh. Oh, looks like somebody's a sore loser.
Risho's leg is broken and he's hanging from like a sling in the bed.
How did he get there?
Wait, I don't remember breaking your leg.
Didn't.
Don't worry about it, Naoki. We can just tell Jin where he is.
Oh yeah, it's true.
The idiot over there did it. Remember, Risho stole Pyro's wallet.
Oh!
Damn, I didn't take any money out of it. He caught up to me. I don't think he meant to do it, but he shattered my leg.
Idiot over there. Where? Over here?
The one on your the one on your tail, whatever, I don't care. You see Bowman turn his head as you, like...
Hey! Bowman! How you doing, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Very scared. It's good to see you. Kunai as well. This chair is very small for Bowman, and he's sitting with, like, his hands on his knees. And he
you look
reaches out and he, like,
those.
hugs you both. He cranes his neck up. Hello to you too, Naoki.
Sup?
I am very happy to see you guys in good spirit.
Wait, who are you visiting?
Oh. You see a bloated, messed up face. Dice game, make a history check.
Do I get advantage because I actually saw the fight?
You get it, you get a neutral roll, you don't get disadvantage for this, because his face is fucked up.
Oh, I remember!
And you saw him in his clown makeup before.
That's true.
18. This is the guy Genkai fucking beat like a drum the other day.
Hey! Aren't you a beautiful Suzuka?
He said yes, he is.
Oh, weird place to bring this up, but hey! Big fan of your work!
You see him, like, spit out a wad of cotton that's in his cheek. Oh, what do you mean, my work?
Oh, actually, I think my mom commissioned stuff through you and made some of our equipment.
You Junko's kid?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad it was the old woman. I don't want to fight the son of her. Your mom scares the crap out of me.
Us too.
Oh, I take it you're here to visit the beautiful Suzuka, the most famed item crafter and brilliant mind in all of Demon World.
I mean, this is more of a happy coincidence.
I'm not finished monologuing yet. The
I'm
Makai
sorry.
has never known a genius as wonderful as I. Okay, now I'm done. Continue.
See, this is more of a happy coincidence.
Bowman turns his head. Indeed. Mr. Suzuka is the one who has been helping me with my shop and is the reason I shall have a home soon. On top of you guys as well.
Big, stupid, beaming smile on Daisuke's face.
He is a good man. He gives a very weak thumbs up to Bowman. I like this Bowman person. It was weird. He brought me gemstones, claiming they were shiny rocks. Wanted to see if he could do anything with them. Felt an overwhelming need to swindle him, yet... Oh, come on. Look into his eyes. Can you lie to that?
Are they sparkly moe?
Yes, but his expression is still very neutral. He's got the little blushy marks underneath.
Naoki's gonna awkwardly scratch the back of his head and start whistling to himself, pretending not to listen.
I know that whistle. Don't you hurt Bowman.
Well, I would never hurt Bowman.
Yeah, he's our friend.
Indeed.
Yeah, I would never do anything that isn't in Bowman's best interest.
You needn't worry, Suzuka. I trust Naoki implicitly.
See, trust me implicitly.
Bowman gives you a sparkly, like, eye look directly at you.
No.
His genuine trust in those eyes, Batty.
Naoki's gonna give a very used car salesman double finger guns.
Boy, am I glad you're not Yusuke.
Double finger gun. Bam, bam. Ah! Plum's dead.
Oh, I guess I'm glad I'm not Yusuke either.
Oh! Big question, beautiful Suzuka. Can we keep in contact so in case we need anything?
Yes, I'll be down by Bowman's shop once I recover. We demons have a faster recovery rate, but I did suffer some major injuries from Genkai, so it will take me a little bit of time to get back to full.
Yeah, I was in the stands for that one.
Yes, but if you need something, we can talk business.
Hey, all right.
He gives you a wave and then goes back to laying down. Bowman like pulls the blanket over him. The blanket's small compared to Bowman, so he's doing like index finger and thumbs and just dragging this full comforter over him. Then he like pats him on the head gently. Bowman's still wearing that same tie.
That's good on him.
Yeah, it's a good tie.
Hey, Bowman, have you seen Pyro around here? He should be in one of these beds.
You see Bowman's ears drop a little bit. He's laying in the bed over there and gestures towards Pyro's bed. He seems to be awake now. He was very rough when they brought him in.
Yeah, I've been worried about the guy.
Are you guys gonna walk over to Pyros?
Hell yeah.
Better go see how he's doing.
Alright. You guys walk over. You see Sanosuke, and you see a figure you don't recognize. He
Well,
seems to
that's a friendly face.
Yeah, he's also sitting in a chair like Bowman. He is much too big for it. He's not as big as Bowman, but he's a big dude. Like, if he stood up, he's maybe maybe half of, maybe 2 inches shorter than younger Taguro.
Ugh.
Oh.
Good lord.
You see a grimace turn directly towards you guys.
Hello.
Who are you?
Is there something I can help you with?
Well, we're here to see our friend.
I don't know. Hiroki, do you know them? Pyro's got a pillow over his face. Go away! I can't leave you. Go. And he just Pyro pulls the... Oh. Kunai, Daisuke, Naoki. Hi.
Pyro.
How you feeling, buddy?
Who is this guy?
This is Kumon.
And who is he?
He just looks over at you guys. And he's like, who are you?
No,
We're his friends and teammates in the competition.
Yeah, and he wraps his arm around Pyro and pulls him close. This is family, so I think I usurp you all. Pyro's just going, ow. Sanosuke slowly separates them, all right, don't break him. I wouldn't dream of it.
Pyro, did Sanosuke tell you the bad news yet?
Wait, what?
Jin stumped his toe really bad on during the last match, and now he has a little cast on his toe. It's pretty funny. It makes a really fun squeaky sound when you step on it.
Wait, Can Jin not fight? Wait, you see Pyro like he.
Oh
he
no,
doesn't-
no, nothing
He's
like that.
pushing himself like up a little bit to like sit up. Like, you guys need. Oh, hold on, I'll get up. And he's like actively trying to like push himself up. When you see the blanket fall off of him, like as he's trying to sit himself up, his left arm and the lower part of his legs look almost charred.
Ugh.
Holy hell!
It looks like they're starting to heal back up a lot, and you can tell it must have spread to his right arm too, but that's healed up. But it looks like he's still recovering a bit.
I was just joking. I wasn't being serious. Jin's perfectly fine to fight.
Oh,
You
good.
get your
You know, if you
rest.
need me, call me.
You stay
Just
right
trust me.
the hell where you are, Pyro. You are not going anywhere.
Trust me, it looks worse than it actually is.
No.
You sure?
Sanosuke gives him a look, and Pyro just immediately like, all right, I'll stay. That's right, you will. Don't worry, I'll be around here. I don't really have much to do, so I'm going to just keep an eye on him, because this idiot will leave his bed if you don't pay attention to him. And Kumon just looks, and you've always got me here too.
Cable, can I roll a history check for something very specific?
What's the check for? But I'm sure it'll be fine.
Because I heard the voice in Pyro's head.
Oh, by all means, go ahead. With advantage.
Hey, 18.
So, Kunai, interesting thing about this. It doesn't it's not the voice in Pyro's head, but it sounds very similar to it.
Putting two and two together.
Kumon sounds very close.
Kumon, was that your name?
Oh, yes. What was your name, by the way? I guess. I apologize for being rude. I'm a little protective of him. He's injured.
Yeah, we are too. May I ask, if I be so bold, what kind of demon are you?
Oh. You see him, like, puff out his chest. He stands up in front of you, Kunai, and his hair begins to sort of, like, flicker and move, and you feel an intense heat coming off of him. Not very different from what you'd feel off of Pyro. One of the higher classes of fire demon.
Called it. Guys, we don't need to worry.
In particular, I don't want to brag, but I'm the last blood descendant of an old Makai god that's no longer alive.
Fantastic. Well, we know.
One of the last descendants, you know. I still got my dad right here, and he gestures towards Pyro.
Let me just put
Dad?
something into context for you. We
Wait.
I trust you with Pyro. I know what's going on here.
You all seem nice.
Whoa,
Shame
you
we're gonna have
You're a father?
I think he's more like a brother, maybe? That's the impression
Nope,
I
it's-
get.
Nope, it's dad.
Dad? Oh, okay.
Pyro,
Pyro
what
looks
did you
tired.
tell us?
Pyro drags his hand across his face. It's not dad.
Hey, Mazel Tov.
Sanosuke just looks to Pyro like, okay, Pyro, why don't you lay down for a bit? And he kind of ushers you guys to like walk over to where one of the empty beds is.
Oh, not before I have something to give to Pyro. I guess you know what? Let's really celebrate. I actually got something for you, buddy. And I'm gonna hand him the Halloween candy.
You put an entire bat. Oh, I missed Halloween.
God damn it.
I'm sorry, but I wanted to make
Could
sure
I-
you had this.
Kunai's gonna shout at him. Technically, you didn't miss it. They celebrated it early.
Oh yeah, it's still gonna happen.
I missed early ween. He lays his head down into the pillow. And Kumon just starts patting the side like, there, Dad, there.
Think about it this way, Pyro. You got all the candy without all the work.
The work's the fun part.
I agree.
Sanosuke just looks to you all. So you've met Kumon. What do you think of him?
Reminds me of Dad.
Kind of old to be a son, isn't he?
It's not son in the traditional sense. Well, I'm gonna tell you this because I know Pyro won't, but... And I'm sure there's more he doesn't. The thing that the club put into Pyro's demonic ancestor was a demon referred to. You actually might know him. It's been referenced in Japanese mythology a lot. The fire god Kagutsuchi.
Huh.
Pyro has its essence in him, but Kumon is directly related to it. You have a vague understanding. Daisuke, you can do a history check.
I did. I got a 9.
Oh, Kunai had the 18. I saw that. Kunai, from what you remember of like learning about this, Kagutsuchi was a god that when it was born, it burned its mother alive, and it's like a sort of uncontrollable, like just raging torrent of flames.
Huh.
Fire
Must have
burned
been-
everything. It was
Must have been
small bits of
pretty
it.
difficult for the Black Cub to get that essence then.
Getting the essence wasn't, I don't think, as hard for them as you would imagine. It was finding somebody to actually put it in. They tested on him for quite a while, and it's in there, but it's not something that's meant to be in a mortal body, if you understand.
Well, I get you.
Like I said, it explains the barbecued limbs.
Yep. In all essence, he's kind of like a mortal or physical form of it. That's why Kumon keeps calling him Dad. But he really shouldn't have that, or at least it's not something he should be trying to tap into more and more. That's why the idiot shouldn't have done that. It was just a fight with us. We weren't going to kill him. But I know he really wants to win this tournament.
He must want to win really badly. Speaking
Yeah.
of which, I don't think we ever asked him what his wish was.
I think he told us that. I don't think he told us the truth anyway.
If you get the wish from him, tell me. The only person he's told is Hideki.
I guess I could ask him, but I won't pry if he doesn't want to fork it over.
I thought I was guarded.
Yeah. Pyro's had it bad. From the reports from Yama and everything, getting that flame to take hold and actually work with his body. Essentially, they probably had to kill him over and over again just to get the Mazaku thing to proc. And they had him since he was... Well, they had him at the age of 5. You imagine being 5 years old and subjected to that?
Kunai's face
Naturally,
looks very grim.
Sanosuke is gripping his hand. Like, he's clenching his fist to the point where you see it bleeding a little bit. He's very angry. He's trying to keep it calm.
Daisuke's gritting his teeth too because he knows people in the Black Club.
Pyro's a hyperactive idiot, but I love him dearly. And if you all wouldn't mind making me a bit of a promise, just cave Togoro's skull in, please.
Oh, yeah, done.
You didn't
Already
even
on the
need to
docket.
ask.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure the idiot doesn't ruin his legs again. He should be up and at him in about a day or so. He's healing faster than. It's weird. It burns him when he uses it, but I think it's not trying to do it is the problem. But I'm gonna go see if he needs anything. And Sanosuke looks a little solemn and just walks over. And as you guys turn around and see him, you see Pyro's got like you see like an assortment of gum wrappers all over the bed as he's like unwrapped like 10 pieces of gum at once and he's chewing it all. He's got like the inflated cheek. And Kumon is just watching on in like curiosity.
Well, at least he's in high spirits now.
Naoki's actually gonna look over to Pyro. Heal up quick. We're gonna need you for the last round of the tournament.
You see a thumb raise up in the air, and as you say that, Kumon's head turns. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you shouldn't have to worry about that. Even if you make it forward, you're not getting past us, so it's fine. Try not to hurt you too bad, though.
Oh no.
Oh, you're a competitor.
Oh yeah. You see him like stand up, and he just like walks over to you guys, and again you get the sense of scale from him, like as he stands. Team Kame no Michi, Kumon. Bad at introductions. And he just kind of like awkwardly bows.
So, how tall is this guy again? Like,
so if Taguro's like 8 feet tall, this guy's like
7'9".
He's more like 7'8".
Pyro, don't be upset if we have to teach your son a lesson.
I don't have a son. Oh, dad jokes.
Meanwhile, Daisuke had joined him at the introduction, also like, hi, Daisuke Matsumoto, how you doing?
Nice to meet you all. I will try to inform the rest of my team not to kill if possible, but I really can't be held responsible for them, or myself, to be completely frank. If anything does happen, please understand it's not personal.
feelings mutual.
He gives you a wave. Suit's
Yeah.
huge, and
Naoki's having to look up at this guy. Naoki's not that tall himself.
yeah, Kunai, you have like a row of abs directly in your face.
She's kind of just look away like a little plushy, like, oh dear.
Oh dear.
That's a big body.
That's what you get when you've been fighting for hundreds of years. Still not as bad as the captain, though.
Captain?
Hey, the leader. I don't lead the team.
You're a underling.
I don't like the word underling, but I guarantee you I could beat him someday.
You're
Not
a
today.
cohort. A minion. A goon.
Co-worker is probably good.
Co-worker. Okay, got it.
Still, small tournament. I didn't even realize that. And he gestured toward Pyra that he was here. I only saw when you guys were actually in that fight, and I sort of. It's weird. I so much didn't see as I felt it when it happened, and it was just. He looks like wistful up towards the air. Dad's home.
Dad is home.
You know, fun feeling when you think your dad's been dead for thousands of years, and then whoop, he shows up in a tournament, and you might have to fight him. Small world. Small world.
Oops.
Tries to unwrap a piece of chocolate he got from Pyro, and it just melts immediately in his hand. Well, that's not fun. But I've kept you guys for too long. I apologize for that. I'm gonna go make sure he doesn't need anything.
Wait, I'm
And
just
can I
seeing
get-
about the chocolate. Can Daisuke try something stupid?
What do you want to try?
Yeah. Be like fire guy. He's probably gonna have trouble with that. Hold on, let me go. Fire, mind if I have one of these real quick?
I'm gonna unwrap it, and I'm gonna toss it to him like. Whoop.
He, you know what? Let's make an athletics check for him, see if he catches it in his mouth. It hits his cheek and melts on contact. He's got smeared chocolate all over him. And he's just like licking it off the side of his face, like, good try.
It's good though, right?
I know, it's pretty good. You know, you all seem pretty nice. Thank you for watching over my dad.
He saved our butt quite a few times.
Well, hopefully he keeps it up. And he just kind of gives you all... He looks very scary and his face looks imposing, but he's... You get the sense this is a marshmallow of a person.
It's a fucking cinnamon roll.
More or less, he gives you guys a wave, and he just kind of goes back and sits down in the chair again. And Pyro seems to be having like a polite conversation with him, but every time he hears the word "dad," he's like, "No." Pyro seems to be doing okay,
Hey.
at least as far as you guys can tell.
That's good.
Was there anything else you guys wanted to do while you're in the hospital, or do you want to?
Yeah, so flowers.
Just as one side note, I can't believe how many fire-based people are in this hospital.
Oh no.
Oh, because
Right.
the plum.
Yeah.
You didn't even see what she's doing. And I love it. So, you wanted to steal flowers?
I didn't say that was what I was gonna do, but obviously that's what I'm gonna do.
Wait a minute, you're gonna take flowers to give to the deculator?
Yes.
You see a card on the flowers. It's a very beautiful, like, bouquet. And it says, "You fought admirably. Get well soon, Grandpa." And you see an old demon just laying back. He's got, like, the tubes in his nose. You don't have to make a stealth check. He's kind of not conscious right now.
Oh no!
I'm just gonna politely take the card, set it on the table, and walk off with the entire pot of flowers.
Oh!
I'm going to walk away, and on my way out, just to be even more of a dick, I am going to smack Risho's cast. See you later!
I hate you, you asshole!
That's my shtick! Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Alright, from me real quick. Is anybody gonna check on Plum, or are you guys ready to leave?
I'm pretty sure I'd probably see a plum on the way out.
Alright, if you're on your way out, just make a perception check for me, please.
Yes. I want this to happen.
I need somebody to see what she's doing so I can... Thank you, Noodle!
Oh, that's funny!
Fucking great. Kunai and Daisuke, Plum, you caught a glimpse of her, like, under a blanket with, like, a tube, like, just maybe coming out of her nose. When you walked in, you see the tube's been thrown to the side, and she's just, like, pocketing things from the hospital. And she's looking around sketchily to make sure nobody's watching.
Plum?
She turns over to like a deer stuck in the headlights. She's just looking at you, and
So we just saw you last night. What the heck happened?
she's not saying anything. You can see her mind is racing a mile a minute. She's trying to figure something out.
Hey, Plum. I won't tell if you toss us one freebie.
She is going to pull out a bottle and immediately start chugging it.
Oh
And
no!
with a 6. You see, like, the hair on her head, like a small clump of it just seems to like fall out and it's still on fire, and she immediately throws it towards the ground as a distraction. She bolts out. You didn't see anything.
I'll tell that to the hospital staff.
I was hoping for invisibility. Oh well. And she just runs. She's hoofing it, and you hear hospital staff scream, "Damn it, it's her again!"
Bye, Plum.
And she's just running. She's running down the hospital corridors as you guys head out. Now, before we get to what everybody else is doing, let's jump over to Matt.
That woman's fucking crazy.
She didn't even need to be there. She's there to steal shit.
Again. This isn't the first time Plum's come to steal shit. Matt, you wake up in your room. You have you have like 2 days off, so you're, de-stressing. You had a nice breakfast. Everything's been sort of, chill for the morning. And eventually you get a knock on your door.
I open the door.
It's Ogre. He's just like smiling like, "Oh, hello."
Oh, hi.
Can I come in?
Yes, yeah, of course. Sorry.
Ogre walks in. He looks a little fidgety.
I'll close the door behind. Are you okay?
I don't want to. Look, I've had fun. I like hanging out and doing things with you, but are you doing something illegal?
What? No. I'm just here for a job. That's all. As in just to earn some money. It's nothing bad, I swear.
Ogre's gonna incite you. I mean, if it's not bad, can you tell me what it is?
I'd love to, but I have to keep it a secret for now.
See his face. See his face droop a little bit.
Oh, don't do that. Listen, I can't tell you. I want to, but if I do, then you can't go back to your boss for a while.
Is that a promise? You
I
see
mean,
him
do you
chuckle.
want to stay away from him?
He's been getting better, actually. But yeah. It's something related to Ko-Enma and Lord Enma, right? I had heard you mention him the other night.
Yeah. Just don't tell anyone.
Alright, well... You're not doing anything illegal.
No. Well, no.
I'm willing to take this one on faith right now.
Thank you.
He gives you a smile and he like pulls you in for a hug.
Aww. I will hug back.
Well, what do you have planned to do for the next 2 days? I know you don't have to announce any fights.
For the most part, not much. I gotta talk to someone at some point, but I mean, we got 2 days for that.
Well, Ko-Enma doesn't need me for the next couple days, so if you want to hang out or do something, I'm happy to.
Sure. You have anything in mind?
Not a thing. This is the first free time I've had in a while. And he just kind of like chuckles with like the, yeah, like the full like hold in your stomach like belly laugh. Yeah, he's given a good healthy chuckle.
Aww.
But I'm sure we can find something fun to do. Let's just go see what's going on.
Sure, let's call it a date. Let's see what's out there, shall we?
We shall. And he holds out the arm
I will interlock arms and we will skip merrily out the doorway.
You guys skip merrily out the doorway and wander down to more of the hotelish area and more of like the open parts of Hanging Neck. You see a lot of like people moving things out of the old tournament arena, getting some stuff set, and you do see they're more driving off a path that's leading deeper into like the island, like beyond where the settlements are, like to the other side. This is going more towards like the center point where you guys did see a massive structure before.
And
There are a bunch of people walking around. If you want to make any casual like perceptions or investigation checks.
casual perceptions. Oh my god, please. Please. Oh my.
I can't give it to you. It's not enough.
Okay, do you see anyone interesting around here?
Oh, let me check. Ogre's only got a 1 to his perception.
He might do fucking better than me. See?
Let's actually see.
Brilliant.
So, I don't see anyone. But you and Ogre just keep walking for a bit. And as you guys are laughing, he's not watching where he's going and he knocks into somebody. It's a woman in a red sort of like kimono.
Oh, thank God it took long enough. Oh,
dropped-
shit.
You see like she was eating something and it just drops to the floor and it's in the dirt.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's gonna be fun. And she just like, as she looks up at you, you catch a glare of like well, not a glare, but you catch a set of like heterochromatic eyes. One almost like a sort of like crystally blue, the other one's a deep red. Manners dictate you say sorry if you knock into someone, but who am I to know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'll help. I'll attempt to help her up.
It's kind of fruitless. It's like it's covered in dirt. She can't eat this anymore. But she recognizes the gesture. Look, no. It's lost. It's lost. Don't worry about it. I'm in a bit of a bad mood. Didn't mean to take that out on you. I'm sorry.
No,
Accidents
it's,
happen.
No, it's our fault. We weren't looking where we were going.
Well, listen, two demons who knock into you and then apologize and try to make things better. Wasn't expecting that on Hanging Neck, so I'll count this as a blessing I found for today.
Well, I may be a demon, but I'm still a decent person.
Rolling. Thank you, Jack. You made me put her sheet in roll 20 today, so I can actually roll an insight check for her. She gives you a look over. You still got your your bandana. You look like you're not a bad person, but you do look like you shoot dice somewhere.
Oh god, I do.
Right. Well, looks can be deceiving. Anyway, sorry to interrupt your thing.
Oh, no. Once again, I'm sorry about this. Hold on. I will... how much do I have on me?
You got your payment of 50,000. Remember?
Yeah. I'll like hand over 1,000 and say, so you can buy yourself something else to eat. I'm sorry about that.
Oh. She holds up a hand and tells you to keep your money. Trust me, I'm good. And she pulls out a card. Make a history check with a just a normal history check. No advantage.
Okay. Oh, 22. Why am I good at that? But when it comes to perception, I can't see fucking past my own 2 feet.
What is that? I'm scared. I've never seen that before. You get a good look at what she's holding up. You recognize it. It is like an obsidian black card, and you remember this is what Shu was using the other night to like throw money around left and right when you guys were at Dusty's.
Oh, all on card. I get it.
Yeah, you know, boss man pays your salary. I can pretty much do whatever I want with this. All on Sakyo's dime. And she puts it back into her pocket. You didn't hear that from me.
I'm sorry. What am I supposed to not have heard? I had something in my ear.
She gives you and Ogre a look again. What are your names?
Oh, Matt.
Oh, George. She grabs she grabs your arm, Matt, while you're still like interlocked with Ogre and drags you guys like somewhere. She brings you into the hotel, into a very nice looking restaurant, and just like sits you guys down at a table. And as somebody comes over and like looks at her like, ma'am, you're not allowed to. She pinches their lips closed with her fingers. She flashes them the card, and then just says, leave the tab open till they're finished. And then once it's done, just bill it to my room. And she kind of gives you guys like a look. You guys have a nice lunch. On me.
Thank you?
I don't know. I'm feeling generous. You guys seem nice. George is just like, I'm very underdressed for being here right now.
Oh.
But she pats you on the shoulder and just tells you guys to enjoy as she takes off.
Huh. Well, that happened.
Ogre's already starting to eat. Courses are a strange thing. I say don't look gift food in the mouth.
You do know what she just did, right?
Hmm?
We're in a nice restaurant. We're eating dinner together.
You don't want to be here with me?
Oh no, I do. I just thought I don't know. Maybe I'd be the one to at least ask.
Oh, there's always the second. And Ogre gives you a smile.
Well, we still have some more free days coming up.
It's the date.
Stop fucking shoveling food because I'm hungry.
Yeah, you guys just like start eating food. And real quick, let's take a quick break. Also, because Batty disconnected.
Wow, first date.
And Maya paid for it.
This is the night, da, 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 I don't know words. So Jack, how's it feel to have 2 free meals in the Black Club dime?
Oh, it's brilliant. I haven't had to fucking pay for anything since I've been here.
God, I don't even want to imagine what would happen if Vesky ran into her. Oh, that's the second person I know flashing that thing around.
Just texted Batty to see what's going on. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah,
We still gotta do the Naoki date.
sure do.
Also, thank God I had an ogre with me because Jesus Christ, my
She rolled
perception.
she rolled a 2, so you would have seen her regardless.
Oh my God.
Oh,
She was rolling really good on like her just not being like seen thing, but you caught her when she was trying to enjoy breakfast.
Thank God. Like, out of all these fucking times, man.
Alright, gotta know, Cable. Was she eating scrambled eggs and a hot dog bun?
Basically, it was like a breakfast hot dog. It was some scrambled eggs with a little bit of bacon, like crumpled on top.
There he is. He's on his phone.
Yep. So he said if we have to, just skip him real quick, and then we can go through. So we can either do well, Dice Gay just went, so we can do Kunai's thing real quick, and then we can circle the Dice Gays.
Are you sure that's gonna be real quick though?
Yours is gonna be segmental, so.
Okay.
I know what you want to do. Let's see real fast. So
Let's what kind of?
you're just looking to wander at this point because you've already found Suzuka and Pyro, right, Dan?
Yeah, I was gonna use the wander option.
Okay. We'll do Dice, then we'll jump into Kunai, and then we'll do Naoki.
Ooh, do I get special traveling music?
Gonna switch up the music for a bit. Do you want the Dusty's music?
That might work.
You do get a call, Dice Gay. I guess we're gonna start up right now.
Oh. Hello?
I'm tired of being left out. We're doing something today.
Honda? Hey!
I'm waiting by the front of the hotel. Don't leave me. I need to do something. I'm bored. I pawned Jonucci off on Yamada.
How far away is the hotel from the hospital?
It's not very far.
Alright. Hey, you want to take a trip around the island?
Sure, why not? I literally just need a break from Jonucci. I can't stand being around him right now.
Honestly, it's surprised you haven't run out of first aid kits.
Got his head that was stuck in a pot. Stuck in another pot.
Alright, you can tell me all about it when I get there.
Oh my god, your sister's been a godsend with him, though.
Wait, what? Oh!
Yeah,
Oh my god, that's where she is looking out for him, isn't she?
she's been looking out for all of them. Like, she's a lot more mature and a lot less angry than I remember her being.
I'd like to think that Sheena's been a really good help with that.
Probably. Anyway, as you make your way back to the hotel front, you see Honda's just sitting there. He's in a big stupid sun hat, like a floppy straw sun hat, and he's got like a blue Hawaiian shirt with sunflowers all over it.
Well, you definitely came for vacation, didn't you?
I lost all my other clothes. This was all Yamada had. Shut up. I've had, and you see him just sort of like pointing his fist directly towards you. Ever since I started this job, Matsumoto, it's been nothing but me getting beaten up by women, chased by demons, and losing my clothes, or losing 2 clothes. I'm tired of this.
Oh, you also got sat on.
Yes. Today we proved that Honda Onizuka is no one's furniture.
Well, you know what? I'm honestly really sorry you didn't get picked for the team. I really am. Trust me. But hey, also, you kind of knew what we were getting in for when I asked you if you wanted to be hired by Spirit Agency.
I thought I would be doing accounting work.
No.
Oh. Anyway.
You think they hired me for accounting work?
That's fair. Honda looks sullen. I'm so tired. I'm so very tired.
You get used to it, buddy. Got my arm like slapping his back. You get used to it.
You go around. You start wandering with Honda. You catch up a little bit. You hear some of Honda's tales, and while not as fantastical as stopping Saint Beasts or anything big like that, Honda has actually made a fairly decent name for himself in keeping smaller apparitions out of Osaka.
Hey!
Not he's probably around middle to upper C tier at this point.
Man.
I'd like a second round of training with Genkai, though. I think now that I'm not cripplingly afraid of her, it would be a little bit more beneficial.
Oh man, did you happen to catch our last match?
Oh yeah, she beat up that clown. It was great.
Oh man. Hey, I saw him in the hospital today.
Saw a clown in the hospital.
It's a beautiful Suzuka. That's his name.
It's not
Actually,
funny.
I don't think he's trying to be funny. I think that's the joke.
Well, he's succeeding.
Yeah, I think that's the joke he's going for.
Huh. Never liked clowns.
Oh, you're gonna like this guy. He's the one that gives us all our cool stuff.
Oh, you mean like this? And you see Honda reach into his back pocket, and you see what looks like a switchblade, but it's still like it's still sealed, or like he hasn't like opened it up yet.
What you got there?
Oh, watch. And you see him like pouring spiritual energy into it, and then immediately he chucks it straight out of his hand and it hits a nearby tree. And then he holds his hand out and it comes flying right back to him.
Nifty.
Yeah, I don't have a fun name for it yet, but it helps. I mean, it's not like anything in Osaka can really outrun me.
You always were one of the fastest.
You don't even know. But it's fun. I can do this. I have a little bit of spiritual control. I can kind of do the weapon thingy you can do. I'll give you this. You're stronger than me at the moment, Matsumoto.
Oh, at the moment, believe me, I'm planning on going even further.
Well, can you, like, slow down? Damn. I just learned how to do this.
Dude, have you seen the competitors in this place?
Yeah, I've seen some of them.
Yeah, dude, I just saw a huge buff fire demon guy. Like, I was face to face with abs.
Oh. I know the feeling. I saw a girl practicing magic.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, she's probably still around here. She was walking around with a piece of paper. She said she needed something. I don't know. I think she was doing magic tricks.
A wandering magician?
Yeah, I know she's in the tournament. She's on some team.
I want to see a street performance.
Yeah, let's go find her. She's probably still around. All right,
Oh.
Make investigation checks with advantage because Honda's helping you.
That's 17.
That's better than you usually do.
Hey, it's a way better.
So, let's see. Wander around for a little bit. Let me see if I have just a blank map we can use.
I hope she does that thing where she has a bunch of doves fly out of the hat. I always like that one. I don't know how they do it.
So, we'll just do some, like, we'll say if this is like the hotel and then just a bunch of like random area. Put Honda on the map. Haven't had to pull Honda's token out in a long time. Hold up. I genuinely don't mean this. I actually don't know where Honda's character sheet is.
Oh no!
I didn't erase him.
I see him in the NPC list.
He's an NPC?
Wait, where'd he go? Oh no! He was there!
Who the fuck is Honda?
He was in the NPC list!
Oh my god. I lost Honda. God, even Roll20 got rid of him.
The guy, he just keeps being a gag!
I really don't know where he is. I didn't delete his sheet.
Wow, even Roll20 treats him like furniture.
Oh, fuck you, Roll20. That's too funny.
That's mean.
Oh my
You're
god!
gonna have to. Well, this is actually bad because I don't have Honda's sheet anymore, which means I don't remember what his stats are.
Well, there's his token at least.
Yeah, his token's still saved, but it's like, the fuck is Honda? He should have been an NP. Oh, this is gonna piss me off because I can't find him.
Oh.
I'm sorry, this is something I need to look at really quickly. Where the fuck did he go?
Honda, I hate to tell you, but you're a man who doesn't exist. You never have.
Okay, I found him. Fuck in there, Honda. I don't know where the hell you weren't there. He got moved into handouts. God, he got designated to furniture.
You fucking even roll 20 treats him like a chair.
Fuck roll 20. Okay. So
It's too real.
that was a fun little thing. I'm glad that happened on stream. I'm really happy that happened on stream. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to set this one up. So, you see, not too many people, but there's a small like crowd gathering around somebody who is building up a lot of fanfare for themselves, it looks like.
Hey, I think we found where the action is.
And as you approach, you get close, you see this girl with silver hair. She's wearing a top hat, and she's got a cape that just seems to be like flowing around her. Like almost like she's got like perpetual wind blowing it to make it just like wiggle. All right, thank you. Now, I need a suggestion from the audience. Anyone? Anyone?
Oh, can you make the doves fly out of the hat?
She snaps her fingers and points. You! Doves out the hat, you say?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what we've got. She's gonna reach into her hat and let's have her make an arcana. Oh, hell yeah. You watch as she flips the hat upside down, she taps it, you see that it's hollow. She spins it 3 times in her hand, gives it a quick wave, and you see as like 10 doves come flying out of the hat and like circle around her.
Daisuke's in awe.
She tips the hat off. The crowd's actually cheering very loudly because you guys just walked up, so she couldn't have planned something like this. Oh, thank you. You all are too kind. I do this with assistance from you. You all are the real magic here. She holds out the hat, the doves fly right back in, and she flips it upside down, nothing falls out. And she plops it right back onto her head.
Alright, that's pretty darn good.
Anything else? Whatever is up my sleeves? Nothing. What's in my hat? Everything. Or nothing.
Oh. Can you make him levitate?
Make
Honda.
Make Honda levitate. A challenge. Let's see. She is going to attempt something. She starts like gesturing her hands towards Honda, and you see her concentrating. Daisuke, make an Arcana check for me.
Uh-huh.
This is a strange feeling you get from her. You watch as Honda's not so much like, he's not levitating high into the air, but he's about like, maybe about like 1.5 inches, 2 inches off the ground, and he stays there for a couple seconds before he just plops back down. Whoa, that was weird. I think that's the best I can do with that. Not so much your average levitating type of magician.
Whoa, that was pretty cool though.
Oh, thank you. It's all in the breeding. It's all in the training. It's all in the magic. And she just like, you see her like throw her hands up like jazz hands, and then just glitter and smoke appear, like, and the crowd's just clapping.
Dusky's wide-eyed, stupid clapping like.
She walks up as some of the people start going away. You seem to have a fondness for magic, my good sir.
Yeah. I never understand how they do that. It's amazing.
Well, we can never reveal our secrets, but I can give you this. She holds her hand in front of you. It's completely like empty, like she's got her fingers spread out. She makes a fist directly in front of your face. As she opens her hand again, she's got a card.
I'll take it.
It says Catherine Fukusha. But it just says on the card, call me Cat for short.
Ooh. Okay, I'll have to keep this in mind for Mitsuki's birthday.
I'm here for parties, I'm here for company events, and I'm also here for mercenary work.
Next you're gonna tell me you're a competitor here.
Absolutely, positively.
No kidding!
Yeah, so make sure you place your bets on us.
I'm kind of already like contractually obliged to bet on my own team.
Starts looking your face up and down. Oh, you do seem familiar. Well, it's a shame. She pats you on the cheek. You're still pretty fun, but sorry you're gonna have to lose. If it comes down to it, I'll tell Spiky not to hurt you too bad.
Spiky.
Probably seen him. You know,
Wait, was
big-
it blue or green? Wait, was it green?
Yeah, long green hair. Looks like a pineapple.
Oh, you're on that guy's. Okay.
Oh, proper introductions then. I guess not as street entertainer to person who's enjoying the performance, but competitor to competitor. Catherine Fukusha, member of Team Kruger. Nice to meet you.
Daisuke will hold ass in.
Daisuke Matsumoto, Team Ganta.
She shakes your hand. She gives you a look, and she gestures the top hat up, and she make an insight check on her.
Yay, this one I'm actually okay at.
So you get the feel as she's shaking your hand. You feel a slight grip, but she's giving you a look. It's not so much that she wants you dead for any reason, but you can tell she is, for lack of a better way of saying it, she's a professional at what she does.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, she's here to win.
Outside of the ring, she will be very nice with you, and she may even like you outside the ring, but in the ring, this means nothing to her. If you stop her from getting what she wants, she'll kill you where you stand.
Hey, nope, totally get it. In the ring, we all got something we gotta fight for.
Not too many people get that. They assume that just because I'm hostile to them in the ring, that I wouldn't come and visit them in the hospital with a shattered leg.
Hey, I visited somebody that had a shattered leg today.
Aw, small world. Well, you and your friend seem nice. The next couple days, I'm going to be trying to do shows, just to, pick up a little extra funds for myself. You're more than welcome to stop by. I usually wander around the arena grounds. Really haven't had to do much. Dreamer takes care of most of the fights in the earlier parts of the tournament, though. We're gonna probably have to start participating a bit more once we get to the bigger arena.
Oh boy. Yeah, you guys might end up running into that big, huge fire demon guy I saw.
Oh, them. Hey, I'll make you a deal. When we win the tournament, I'm going to be getting ridiculous amounts of money anyway. If you can take them out so we don't have to fight them, that'd be great. I really don't want to fight them.
I mean, like, whoever we're going up against, like, don't plan on losing.
Yeah, but them in particular, I don't want to have to fight them. That was...
I don't think he really wants to fight us either, especially if he has to fight his dad.
Oh, great. his dad's around.
Oh yeah, he's on our team.
Well, if his dad's anything like him, it'll be easy to rule the fight when there's no bodies left.
Roll intelligence on that.
Roll intelligence. Honda will roll an assisted intelligence with you.
She gonna make them disappear in front of our eyes? The magician trick?
Honda's face goes like cold. Like as you say, Honda whispers in your ear, like exactly what she's doing. Like he basically disintegrated all the opponents before they can do anything to him.
Oh.
And if he doesn't do it, the other ones in his team will probably cut you down. But hey, beat them first. I'll give you a cut of I'll give you a cut of the money when we win the tournament. Promise.
Okay. Oh boy, I got a lot to think about now.
I'd use this time to, if you got a will or, a next of kin you need to leave stuff to, always good to have those set. I don't legally get a next of kin. Miss Kruger takes everything from us, dead or alive. And she has a very sad look on her face as she starts to walk off.
Man, I'd hate to be any kind of person associated with a Miss Kruger. Hard look at the camera.
Oh ho 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 ho.
Sasuke gets a chill down his spine. The giant's hairpin in his carry sack starts vibrating.
Andy over at Dusty's falls down. Is this death? Is it finally taking me? No. Oh no. Indigestion.
Get back to work, you lazy bum.
Yes, sir. Honda gives you a look. Isuke, I never thought I would tell you this, but... And he pulls you in for a manly hug. Thank you for not picking me for the team.
You're welcome, Broham.
I want you to know, and I mean this seriously. I'll protect Osaka when you're dead, I promise.
Okay. Make me this promise. If I die, you have to leave the skulls. All right?
I promise you, I'll lead the skulls, I'll watch over your mom, I'll marry Sheena, I'll do all of that.
No, I'm still with Sheena, even if I die.
Well, we'll talk about that later.
No, I'm actually still with her, even if I die.
This is not the time for that right now. As he slaps you. Get it together, man. You're going hysterical from almost dying.
I'm also sure my mom will kill you if you...
Damn. I tried. Seriously though, what are you going to do? Like, I've seen you fight, but... Like, you're definitely strong, but this next phase doesn't seem like it's going to be something you can just... do. I think they weed out the weaker teams to actually have the strongest of the strong fight the next rounds.
I mean, I guess I'm gonna do the one thing I know I can't do. I'm gonna have to ask Mom for help. Pray for me.
I don't know why I would do that. God isn't even around that woman. You pull out your phone to make a call.
Boop, boop, boop.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Mom.
What did you break?
It's not that I broke anything, it's I'm looking to not be broken.
Wait, what?
Mom, I need some help training.
You hear like a deep sigh. Like as you hear like it sounded like she was laying down. You know your mom is the type of person to not get out of bed like if she's tired. You hear almost like in a like immediately like getting up a little bit and like she's stretching. I figured as much. And no, I must have raised you right if you're calling and asking me for help rather than me having to track you down and make you do this.
I kind of got a glimpse of the competition.
Yeah, I got a glimpse of it before too, and I think there's some things that we're gonna need to work on with you in particular.
Please don't break any limbs.
I'm gonna teach you how to break limbs.
That's my mom.
She tells you the place where you can meet her in a little bit, and you will start your training with Junko.
Yay!
Now, this is where I find myself at a crossroads, because I don't know which one of these... Both of these are good, because I have something for them both, and I don't know which one to do first.
Well, comes down to it. You know you can roll for it.
Yeah.
Kunai and Naoki, give me a new casual initiative, both of you guys.
Oh
Okie
boy.
dokie.
10.
We're doing Kunai's first.
Hey.
Alright. This is not the music we need for this right now. Let's see. Kunai. The forest over Hanging Neck is a fairly secluded place where you can go. You spoke with Botan, and she did give you the Yada no Michi, with clear instructions to be extremely careful with this, as it's... You've had a taste of this before, so you know exactly what to expect when using this mirror. Before she hands it to you, she looks at you very seriously and asks, "Are you absolutely sure this is what you need to do?"
Yes.
Alright, well, best of luck. I will, I'll be around if you need me. I won't go too far. Sheena's actually picking up quite a bit of the slack with ferrying souls. Apparently. And Botan's, like, giving you a giggle, trying to, like... Not trying to, like, distract you, but just trying to, like, ease the tension for you a little bit so you're a little, like, more able to handle things. Apparently she's adamant about not missing any of Daisuke's fights, so I think she's bringing souls down to heaven or hell even when they're not ready to go.
Yeah, that sounds like her.
I've heard good things about you from Yamada-kunai. I hope this helps you in believing all those things that everyone else believes about you.
That's what I hope for.
She gives you a smile and takes off, and I'll move you to the map. We're gonna use the Dave Forest.
Oh, goody.
Go ahead and put yourself on the map, girl.
Yeah, let me get this into the frame here. Make it look all nice and pretty.
So, right over here, I'd say you're not within its line of sight, so it hasn't done anything yet. But you've unfolded and placed the Yada no Michi up against a tree, and it's shimmering beautifully in, like, this light. It's only about, like, 1 p.m. in the afternoon. like with the time and like going to pick up the mirror from Botan, waiting for her to get it. It is a very beautiful artifact, but you can't help but feel a little bit of tension when you look at it again. This is, once you're ready to use it, you just step in front of it.
She's going to take a deep breath and approach.
As you approach, give me 1 second. As you approach, and you stand within the line of sight of the mirror, it begins casting a reflection of yourself you see directly in there. And then almost as if it's like crawling out of the mirror itself, you see standing in front of you this token that Dan drew. She stands up, she cracks her neck and looks around. Oh, what do you want? You won. Woo-hoo.
No, I have unfinished business with you.
What? You repressed me again, isn't that what you wanted? You ignore the thoughts you don't like.
I've had enough of that. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of feeling angry and sad and just pathetic. I want to be rid of you.
She begins to stroll up. It's not in like an aggressive, like she's about to attack you sort of motion. She just walks up and she like flicks you directly in the forehead. Wake up, dolt. I am you.
You're the worst parts of me. The
Still
things that
you
I don't want
nonetheless.
to remember. That being said, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be the way I am today. And I have to come to terms with that.
So, what are we supposed to do? We gonna sit around and hug this out over a campfire, tell stories of loves lost long ago, have a good cry, and then be all buddy-buddy?
I think you and I both know that's not going to happen.
Thank God. You see her just take a deep breath. You're the main one. You're the boss here. She's just giving you a look. She's doing like a bow to you, but it's a very condescending, you can tell she doesn't mean it bow. I am at your service, Madam Yuzuhira.
She hasn't, just for flavor's sake, she hasn't taken the sword out of the sheath yet. She's just, like, bitch slapping her with the sheath sword.
Oh, you're rolling to hit her?
Yeah.
Okay. Ow, bitch, take a joke.
Enough talk. I think you're well aware of what I'm here for.
What, do you want to fight again?
I need to prove to myself that, for everything I've gone through, it's made me stronger.
Alright. Fight you again, Yuzu, on one condition. If I win, you don't call the shots anymore.
And what's that supposed to mean?
You be the one that gets repressed.
Fine. I'll make that deal.
I gave you this. Still not sure if you're a woman. You do have balls, I'll tell you that. And she just
Fuck you!
She gives you a chuckle. Roll initiative. Okay. Remember to click your token, Noodle.
Whoopsie doopsie.
It's all good. I just did it. You got a 17. And she's not in roll 20, so I gotta roll with my dice. She got a soft 20.
Fuck.
Alright, let's change the music up a little bit. Let's go for... Yeah, we don't use March of Destruction enough.
One sec. I got the music down kind of low.
Oh, I turned it down. Fine then, let's get this show on the road. Okay, and... Does a 19 hit you, Noodle?
No, it does not.
Okay. Alright, so the first hit she goes for misses you wide as she goes to take a swing, like a cheap shot at you. She stumbles forward and she's got a nat 1 on her second attack.
Hey.
And ooh, that's 80% severity. Take a free shot.
Sick. Aw.
That'll miss. So you go in to swing. She manages to duck out of the way as well. Looks like we both can't hit for shit, huh?
You wanted to talk. You were this
You
pathetic the
missed
last time I fought you.
And she's like staying on guard. It's your turn.
Okily dokily.
First one will miss.
That
hits.
absolutely hits. Oh.
That's 23. So you go, you back up, you get a good gash directly into her stomach, and she's bleeding pretty badly. I hate you so much.
Yeah, the
What?
feeling's pretty mutual at this point.
Do you have anything else you can do on your turn, or no?
No, I have 3 attacks.
Oh, that was okay.
That misses.
That might... Yeah, it just misses. Okay. So,
Okay. And
as you...
I have movement. I go here.
So, she's equally as fast as you and, like, runs directly up towards you. She's still bleeding, but she looks angry, and she's gonna take a swing at you again. She's actually gonna expend Yoki for this next one. Use an ability she didn't get to use on you the first time.
Okay.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fantastic. 12.
Might have passed. Hold on. What's your spell save DC?
Let me see. 16.
Oh no, you failed.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah. No, you guys have the same thing. I don't have your sheet pulled up. Okay, so she's gonna rush in and she's going to make 3 attacks, adding her charisma mod to the damage on these. The first one is gonna miss you. Second one will miss. That's a nat 20 for the third one.
God damn it.
So that's gonna be... Sorry, I'm just pulling this up. She works a little differently than you do. So 8 plus 10 is 18, and then adding her charisma mod on top of that twice. So you take 22 points of slashing damage as she like guts you in the stomach.
Ouchie.
She like her face looks like twisted, and it's not so much like the maniacal laughing to make you feel bad. It's more she's like gritting her teeth like, you're an ungrateful, spoiled brat.
You would know all about that then, wouldn't you?
Listen, all I ever did was try to fucking help you.
Since when have you ever helped me with anything?
I'm the one who... Oh, forget it. And she just, like, goes back to, like, assuming an attacking position. It's your turn.
Okie dokie.
That hits. That's 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, damn. No, you cut into her again, and she looks, like, messed up really bad. And it's kind of surreal, because it's like watching yourself look like this.
I'd also like to insight her.
Go ahead.
14.
Roll her deception check. No. It looks like there's something about it, and also it's something in you, I guess is what you would say. You're inciting yourself. She looks angry and pissed at you. She also looks hurt. But not like physically, more emotionally.
Rolling more attacks.
Go ahead. That misses.
Last one. Oof.
Alright.
This feels familiar.
Alright, it's just a miss. You rolled on the low end. She's giving you a glare and staring you down. Is that the end of your turn?
That is my torb.
Okay. She's gonna use her last 10. Make another wisdom save.
Fantastic. 20.
Okay, so she won't add her charisma mod to these attacks since you passed. That's gonna miss. That's gonna miss. That is gonna hit. That's a 22 to hit.
Oh, goody.
Wait. Yeah, it's a 22 to hit. Okay, so... That's another 12 slashing damage.
Ugh.
And she's cutting into you, and she's breathing heavily. This clone looks like it won't last much longer. But
Okay.
make an Arcana check on it. You... Like, it seems weird to be fighting yourself. Where you were having trouble, like, dealing with your Yoki with Ryoji the other day. It seems like she's in, like, really good control of it. Like, Yoki doesn't seem to be an issue for her to work with. It's your turn.
Okay. 20.
Yeah, that hits. 15. She's on, like, her last leg as you get that cut in. Like, she's spitting up blood all over the ground. And she's just, like, staring directly up at you. Like, you just The eyes are like crimson at this point. That'll miss.
Yeah.
That'll miss.
That's all 3 of them, I think.
Okay. Just gonna try to go into swing at you again. She's breathing heavily. She's stopped talking as much too. That's a nat 20 on her first hit.
God damn it. Do I have to roll another wisdom save?
No, she's not doing this time. So 10 plus 10, that's 20. So you take 20 points of slashing damage as she cuts you in with a blade made. You notice her blade isn't like your Hidoku. This thing is made out of like, it's like when you use Yoki Slash when you're in your Mazaku form, or your tattooed form. Just gonna go in for her second hit. That is a 23 to hit you.
That hits.
That's another 11 points slashing.
Oof.
How bad is Kunai looking?
Pretty scraped up.
Kunai and Kunai are both bleeding around on her. See? No matter how much you pretend you're better than me, you're still just me.
You're still just me.
Yeah. Take a look at this. I can hurt you just as much as you hurt me. I'm not weak.
Is that all of them?
That's it.
Okay. 20.
Yeah, that hits. Alright. Music ended at just the right spot, too. So, you cut again, and it's pretty much like that last cut is like it breaks this thing's ability to keep a physical form as it begins to like fade, and it looks like it's slowly being retracted back into the mirror itself. Congratulations, you won again. Give her a medal.
Before her physical form disappears, she's gonna go over and just hug it. I may not like the events that caused you to be who you are, but without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. So for that, I guess I gotta thank you.
You feel like a light punch to your side. It's not anything hostile. It's just like a... She's not trying to hurt you. She's just trying to like keep up a facade. It's about damn time. I'm not weak, Yuzahira. And I'm you. So as long as you think I'm weak, you're weak.
You're not wrong.
There's no difference between us. It's good to grow from what you were. But don't pretend. We're stronger than that.
I have to admit, destroying things does feel pretty good.
What do you say we wreck somebody's fucking day? As she starts getting pulled back into the mirror. Before her body, like, completely fades away, she gives you a peace sign, which switches into a middle finger. And then back to a peace sign again. As you get, like, a sort of, like, cheeky smile before it's like completely reduced back to just like a spiritual essence, and returns to the mirror.
Kunai is just gonna collapse onto the grass. Not that she's, like, actually in danger, but she's just going to lay in the grass, kind of at peace with things.
Mirror sort of slumps back over. And make a perception check with just a neutral perception check. Or actually, you always have advantage on these now, so just make a perception check.
20.
20, okay. So you manage to hold your hand up as you catch a water bottle getting thrown at you. And from, like, in the tree line, see Hiei, just, like, sitting up on one of the branches.
Oh, what up, nerd?
I'd ask how you were doing, but it looks like she kind of gutted you like a fish. It was fun to watch, I'll tell you that.
It was. You should give it a try sometime.
No. You see Hiei hop down. You see him walk in front of the Yada mirror. It glows for a second, and you don't see a duplicate appear. I've made peace with myself years ago. I know what I am, I know what I live for. You... At least I can say for a mortal you're figuring it out, which is impressive.
What brings you here, anyway?
You see new bandages around Hiei's arm, but they've got like a different, like you see he's got like a seal tag on the front where his fist is. Tying up some loose ends before we need to participate in the final rounds of this tournament.
You too, huh?
More or less. I believe I have it under control. At the very least it'll give that idiot a run for his money. I'm not looking forward to fighting that. That Pyro is one of the few I have a bit of a concern about. Can't seem to burn him.
Yeah, he does that to people.
No, I literally can't burn him.
Yeah, he does that to people.
Well, between him and you, I can at least say one of our teams will end the Toguro brothers. If it's not us, it'll be you, but I'm pretty sure it will be us, because I'm fighting. I don't expect you'll beat me.
You want to put your money where your mouth is?
See him just kind of walk up. He offers you a hand to help you off the ground.
She'll take it.
Spirit World doesn't pay me. I don't have any money. He just kind of chuckles.
Fair enough. We'll see. Seems like you're leaning pretty heavily into this flame business nowadays. Whatever happened to using your Giganchi abilities?
I'm a fire demon by birth. Jagan was more something I picked up along the way. You, on the other hand, you are natural Giganchi, so I'd think you'd be more into training with that aspect than playing around with your mirror.
That's on the tomorrow's to-do list.
Well, make sure you get plenty strong. I'd like a decent fight.
You can count on it.
For as much as I don't dislike you or your party, keep in mind...
false Giganchi versus a real one. That should be interesting. Oh, by the way, Dad told me you gave me the, pretty much baby's version of the Jiganai, so, thanks.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean that it's child's play.
I had a feeling I wasn't using it right.
Not that I'm going to tell you how to actually use it.
I prefer you didn't. Anything worth learning is worth learning on your own, by the sweat of your own brow.
That's
I'll
fair.
figure this out for myself. Besides, While the Jagan eye I have may not be natural, it serves another purpose.
Oh?
You see him lift the headband up, and you see his Jagan eye is glowing. Kunai, as you look into it, like, make an Arcana check with advantage, since you can read minds. Alright, make a charisma saving throw for me.
Oh, God. 19.
You aren't like pushed back or afraid by this, but as you look, it's almost like Hiei himself disappears from being in front of you, and the visage of a massive black dragon made entirely out of flames is standing right there. It's like you can't even distinguish what is and isn't Hiei at this point. This is not the same person you fought like those months ago.
I should have known you'd have something fancy up your sleeve.
He covers his Jagan eye again. You always have to save the best for last.
Maybe don't go overboard like a certain idiot of ours, though.
As I saw him do that. It was dumb for him to try to channel that type of energy. It happened. It's an interesting thing that he even managed to pull it out.
You seen his son?
Yes, that one. It's another one I can't burn. I'd watch out for that one if I were you. Kumon is an actual fire demon descended from Kagutsuchi. Pyro's not. He was an artificial one, and he managed to pull something out that he actually shouldn't have. And on top of that, well, you know how you can speak to your, is it father?
Yeah, I prefer to think of it that way.
Pyro's talking to an echo, or something not particularly in the world of the living, or in any sort of plane of living. You shouldn't have something dead integrated with something alive to that degree. It's veritable to cause all sorts of problems. The idiot's lucky he's not burned himself out from the inside.
I'll keep that in
It's
mind.
It's impressive he managed to do it, though. He's resilient. But I won't take away your time for much longer. I figured, why not be neighborly if I was around?
Well, I suppose I'll see you around, neighbor.
Yeah. Also, I think Karama would want to speak with you.
Oh, really?
Yes. Maybe reach out to him.
Well, I've got time.
He just like drapes that black cloak around him and he starts walking off. Do what you will. I'm glad I remembered to tell you, at least. I'm sure I would have forgotten.
Well, he has my number. He could have called. Which tells me he sent you here on purpose.
He doesn't even answer you and just walks off.
She's gonna chuckle a little bit.
As fast as you move, you see he moves extremely fast and he's just like in a blink out of your line of sight.
She's gonna shout after him, "You and I should go jogging sometime!"
You can't keep up. And he just like, you get the sense after a little bit he is no longer near you.
Okay, well, I guess I will call it my part, but I will go ahead and dial up Karama.
Yep. You plop down in the grass, you call Karama, and you get a glimpse over at the Yada mirror again. Doesn't seem as scary. And that. Some time passes throughout the day. Lots of, you guys are all off doing your own thing. Hey, okay.
Oh boy.
Let's see what we got. You make your way down, like leaving from the hotel. After a little bit of time, you manage to get to the Blue Flamingo. You find it fairly easy. It's beyond like the strip of restaurants where like Dusty's and the rest of like the other assorted shops are. It's actually in an area where it looks like the streets are nicer and the buildings look cleaner.
Did I have time to get ready?
You did have time to get ready if you're wearing anything in particular.
Okay, so I need to describe what I'm wearing. So dark maroon undershirt that is unbuttoned like the first 3 buttons. Just to where there's a little man cleavage, just a little bit. The over jacket is going to be like kind of like almost like a suit, but it's completely unbuttoned, and it's this gaudy like lime green reflective like color with pinstripe dress pants.
Oh, it gives me a headache just thinking about that.
Just the most like out there like gaudy like fucking like the sun is literally reflecting off of my suit and blinding people on the way down.
Like, you walk, a few people are like, my eyes! We'll get rid of this. Daisuke, you disappeared into the void. And just for the sake of it, where is the NPCs? Really gotta draw Hideki with a shirt on.
At some point.
At some point. You meet him out front of the restaurant. You see him just sitting there. Well, not sitting, you see him like standing. He's in... It's like you've seen Hideki in super casual wear, just like a white shirt that he leaves unbuttoned.
Yeah.
This version of Hideki, he's in like very sort of like nice, it's the standard like business casual like jeans look, except he's got a very sort of like nice shirt on underneath, and what he is, I forget what you call it. It's like that vest thing. Where it's like he's wearing like the button-up vest. And because it's Hideki, it's very like tight on there. But that's not for lack of wearing tight clothes. It's just this dude gains muscle like every 10 seconds.
Yeah, the Hideki right now is not the Hideki we met like starting out.
Yeah, no, this is post-gym Hideki. But he's just standing there. He's like, as soon as he sees you coming by, he just kind of gives you a look. You know what? I'm surprised. I thought you'd be late.
Oh, well, unfortunately, I didn't have anything to distract me today, so here I am.
I had something to distract me, but Yamada's watching him.
I stole you these. Hands him the pot of, hospital flowers.
He takes the hospital flowers and he pulls the card out of it. Aw, how sweet. And he just looks at you. You get well soon too, Grandpa.
Wait, shit, I thought I took that out. Well,
I picked this place. It's not super just fucking uptight, so we can sit, we can drink, eat. Nothing super, well done. Make an insight check on Hideki.
Insight. Super high, 25.
Let's roll Hideki Deception.
Hideki Deception.
Yeah, I haven't had to do a deception check for Hideki pretty much ever. That one.
That one. Holy shit.
You're a worldly kitsune, Naoki.
Yeah.
You're able to infer from this. Hideki probably met someone when he was younger.
Yep.
They were in love for a while.
Yep.
Something happened to her, but he does have a kid from her.
Yep.
And he's raised Hiroki. It has been a long time since Hideki's done this.
Why not we just cut this small talk and head inside?
Yeah, it sounds good. He just kind of like walks in with you. It's not a super like casual type of place. It does feel like, at like a certain point this could be considered like a fancier type of restaurant, but during this time of the day it's fairly laid back, which is probably why Hideki picked the spot.
Oh yeah.
Yep. You guys have a small table, you're seated. It's not he gets drinks, and as like appetizers and stuff just start coming out. He just like looks at you and he's like, "Well, so I guess you're holding up your end and I'll be holding up my end."
Oh yeah.
So try not to die in this tournament, because I need somebody I can trust to watch Hiroki.
Oh, I wouldn't plan on it. I made too many bets with too many people.
Still making bets.
Yeah, but the more in line with bargaining sort. I don't usually bet money nowadays. I guess I technically did bet on myself for the tournament, but that's a little bit different. It's like, if I die, then I don't get any of the money anyway, so I might as well. But, that's not going to happen, because I know if I do die, then Mitsuki's going to rip my head off. Yeah.
You see him just like taking a swig from a beer, and he just like, surprised. That's sound logic I didn't expect from you. And thinking ahead. Never would have thought of that.
Yeah, it's a new thing I started trying out. I think I picked it up from Daisuke.
Well, can't say it doesn't suit you all that well. So what are your plans for the next rounds?
Oh, well, I do have a particular idea revolving around me getting potentially a little stronger, but Naoki's just kind of like, not like he's avoiding the topic, but like the topic is clearly like actively stressing him out. I am been thinking about training with my mother.
Well, that sounds fun. Let me know. I'd actually love to watch that. Watching her kick your ass around the ring would be pretty good. I'll do it too if you want.
You know what? I'd probably much rather you kick my ass than her. The thing that's scary about my mom, I don't actually know how strong she is. I've known her for over 100 years, and that lady, I can't get a read on her.
Well, it's the ones you usually can't get a read on that you can't tell how dangerous they are. Like, take Renka. You'd never expect she's as strong as she actually is, but lo and behold, I got a surprise training her for this tournament.
Oh, Renko, freaking destroyed our team. Holy shit.
He, rolls up, the sleeve of his shirt and, shows you his shoulder. She almost sliced my arm off, twice.
Oh. Well, it's the little ones that tend to surprise you.
Hey, you never know what to expect with them. It's like when an arrogant kitsune comes walking into an agency on probation and is made to do odd jobs. You'd never expect him to be a demon who could potentially win the Dark Tournament.
Probation, I might add, which was not actually a thing I found out about later.
Oh, I know. It was fun. Every day we had to kind of go with that. It took everything I had not to tell you. It was so funny.
Naoki's head is in his hands. I'm usually good about weeding that shit out, but My head was probably screwy back then. I don't know.
Just kind of like he throws like a hand on your arm from across the table. Hey, you were dumb.
Wow, I see somebody's being very upfront.
Well, when someone, and this goes for your whole team, when someone you thought of as your junior members can kick your ass, they kind of stop being your junior members and move up towards your friends or whatever terms would apply best.
Equals?
Equals, friends, whatever you want to call it.
I'd watch out for Daisuke. Everything goes swimmingly through this entire turn of events. You might have your job in a couple years.
Oh God, he can take it. You see, it looks like Hideki's resisting trying to talk about something. You can make an insight check.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motherfucking insight check.
It's super obvious. It's not a high DC.
Yeah.
He's trying to make this sort of like a, you and him sort of like time. And so he's not trying to be that person, but he really wants to talk about Hiroki.
So, how's your little brat doing?
Immediately, like, he just like oh God, I love him so much. I love him so much. His face just like is glowing. I actually couldn't tell him where I was going today. Every time he knows I'm going to do something with you, he always wants to come along. And I can't say no to him.
Oh, it's not my fault I'm so much fun.
I don't know. Stop making my kid like you more than me. I worked hard to get that little guy's love.
Somebody jealous, I say?
Oh, 100%.
Maybe you should lie about being a tanuki.
As long as he's having fun. It's good to see him happy. I don't think he's really old enough to remember too much about his mom. Like, he knows a little bit, but he doesn't have like long-lasting memories like that.
I don't need to pry, but what was she like? You don't mind asking?
His face looks a little sad, but he is still smiling. She was the type where if I wanted to stay home or just relax, I'd be dragged out to go somewhere. Dancing, parties, social events. Never really gave me a break. And truthfully, I took it for granted.
Bet you kind of miss it now.
I'm finding new ways to move ahead in life. I've got Hiroki, and he brings just as much energy as she does. And there's you all.
Oh, well, we already know how much of a handful we can be.
Yeah, but you're my handful. I wouldn't get rid of you guys for anything.
Well, at least that's good to know.
Yeah. So don't fuck it up this time.
I'll try not to. Again, I have way too many people that I don't need to piss off and am inevitably going to piss off at the same time. So, I'll
tell you this. You can piss me off all you want, but if you piss Hiroki off, I can't help you with that.
I wouldn't dream of it. Ugh. That kid. I am not the best person when it comes to what's the word? Being nice to people.
Yes, I've noticed.
I usually, like, there's a couple exceptions, but I can't pull anything on Hiroki. He's just too, like, pure. Like, sometimes I'll trick Mitsuki to mess with her every time I'm babysitting her for Junko or whatever. Anzu can go fuck herself. And the other one, whose name I forget, that kid, I don't even have to pull any pranks on him. He does them himself. But Hiroki, that kid is fucking angel.
Yeah, he's a good kid. I love him dearly. Speaking of Hiroki, have you seen Pyro today?
I did. Oh, poor Pyro.
I've seen
He sauteed 3 of his limbs. He's recovering. He's one of his arms is moving again, which is good. He's acquired a new friend. We're gonna have to fight.
Oh,
Funny thing, the guy thinks Pyro's his dad.
you see him just sort of like fiddling his thumbs, like he's. Like, you guys have got like random assortments of food across the table. He's just like eating something real quick. How much do you know about Pyro in particular?
I can piece together little things from bits and pieces, but we heard he's the artificial surrogate to some old demonic fire god from Japanese lore or some shit.
Yeah, he's the surrogate is probably the best word to use for it. Like, what remained of that being when it died? God's a loose term. Every demon worth their... Every demon who can kick some ass, like, to declare themselves a god at one point in their lives.
Oh yeah, I know. Fucking Suzaku. Holy shit, that guy.
Yeah. But whatever is in Pyro, if there was something that could be considered a god, it would probably be close to it. That thing is hostile.
Well, God forbid, knock on wood. But if he ever gets out of control like that again, at least we know Rinka's always on the phone.
I'd like him to not try to use that as much. But the idiot will use it. Can't stop him from doing it.
I would talk to him about it, but like if you guys can't convince him not to do it, I don't think I have any chance to. Unless if I tricked him somehow, but that would be rude of me to do.
He's stubborn.
Yeah,
He probably won't use it once the tournament's over.
I hope he doesn't.
Yeah, I hope not either. I'd rather keep him alive. I don't want to see him burn himself up.
Pyro's an idiot, but he's a friend. I don't know what I can do in the ways of preventing him from hurting himself, but I won't let some big badass B-tier demon try to stab him in the face or whatever, if I can help it. So no need to worry on that end.
Hey. I'm gonna hold you to that. I'd prefer not to see anything bad happen to him. Since he was little, Yamada's just kind of had him around since the club ditched him. He's grown up around us in the office. I didn't raise him per se, but I've been around him for a good portion of his and my life. And unfortunately, he's grown on me.
Kind of like a little brother, almost.
Basically.
You know. A little idiot can be infectious.
Yeah, well... Let's get off the let's lighten the mood up a little bit. What else? So getting stronger. Anything in particular? You got any moves you haven't revealed to anybody yet?
I have one, but I am very much saving it for a rainy day. It's probably most likely if I'm gonna have to fight the Urameshi kid.
Oh
but-
yeah, Yusuke's gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, I know.
Saw him earlier,
What was he doing?
training with Genkai.
Of course he was. Yeah. The only reason why I honestly want to fight Yusuke, and don't tell anybody this, like, sure, guy's a little punk and fun to fight him, I'm pretty sure, but I know that out of everybody, I'm probably gonna stand the best chance against them without being too injured, I guess is the best way to put that.
Oh, yeah.
A little better when it comes to dodging projectiles midair, if that makes any sense to you.
No, makes sense. Yusuke is like more of a gung-ho version of Sanosuke. Sanosuke is a bit more can do a bit more of a wider range, but if you can handle Sanosuke, you should be able to handle Yusuke.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind throwing Daisuke and see how he fared, but, you know, portals aren't necessarily as effective of, you know, flying, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never know. That's the thing with this tournament. Sometimes what you don't think is effective is exactly what you need. You gotta kind of throw some stuff at a wall and see what sticks.
I guess that's true.
I'd be careful to use the kid though. As Hideki like takes a drink again. Genkai is really running him through the ringer right now. She looks scared.
Oh wait, she looks scared?
Yeah. She said she didn't have time to go over much, but something got under her skin.
Whatever gets under that old bad skin, Ooh. Yeah, I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, who knows what it could be. Also, you guys would be like great here. Look at the table. Yeah, okay. Make a perception check for me, please.
Perception. 8.
8. Okay. Like the place, like you don't really notice anything going on too much. There are other people like they come and go in the restaurant. Some people are like sitting at a table next to you. They just kind of get food, but you're not paying too much mind to them. It's you and Hideki sit for a little longer. You kind of laugh, you talk. Things are pretty casual. You do hear a thud though, as like you look towards the ground and there's just like a wallet there next to you.
I'll inspect the thud.
Yeah, it's just like somebody like the people at the table next to you like drop their wallet.
Naoki is going to actually pick it up and politely hand it to them.
Okay, make a history check with advantage for me, please.
History check with advantage. 16.
Okay. So, you hand the wallet back, and you see this person right next to you.
Oh! Oh no!
Sitting there very calmly. Oh, thank you. I didn't even realize I'd dropped that, Naoki. Hideki looks up. See if Hideki remembers anything, because I don't think Hideki was gone training and didn't actually see the pictures of Sensui and Itsuki. Huh? Hideki doesn't. Oh, friend of yours?
Acquaintance.
We look forward to seeing your performance in the tournament, Naoki. It should be very entertaining.
Thanks.
If you need us, we'll be around on the island.
I can take care of myself.
He kind of goes in his wallet, just puts some money on the table, and you watch as he gives you a wave, and he and Itsuki just leave.
Oh, oof. Was usual.
Yeah.
So, what were you saying?
Huh? Oh, who knows? Hideki just kind of like looks. It's been about 2 hours since you guys have been here, and like there are plates everywhere all over this table.
Oh yeah, we've just been gorging ourselves basically.
Damn, I let time get away from me. Hey, don't mean to cut this short on you. I don't want to leave Hiroki with Yamada for too long.
Oh, no worries.
Look, it's been a bit since I've done this, but if you want to do this again, I'd be up for it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And
I'd
he
be
gives
perfectly
you,
fine with that.
you can make intelligence or an insight check to actually get what he's asking.
Insight 11.
So 11 versus Hideki's. I don't know what this would be, like a charisma check.
Yeah.
It takes you a second after he runs out. He's not asking you to hang out. He was actually asking you out a second time.
Holy shit, fuck. So he left, right?
Yeah, he left after he had asked. Like, he asked you quick. You said
And-
cool. He seemed happy and then left. And then after some time, after like 5 minutes had passed while you were just like getting ready to leave, it sunk on you what he asked and what you said yes to.
Oh, that's nice. Wait a second. I've been left with the bill, haven't I?
No, he paid for it.
Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind.
But that's where things go for Naoki.
I'll go
And-
ahead and leave a tip.
Left with the bill. Who do you think he is, Naoki?
Yeah, I was about to say,
He'd never do something like that. He's too nice. He's
he
good
is
for
too
you.
nice.
He heads out. You leave, and you leave shortly after. As you are leaving,
Okay.
just like standing against the wall, like smoking, just like cigarette in hand. He's still here. He's just been waiting outside.
Since we...
Yep.
Hey there, Sensui.
Seems like you had fun. Didn't mean to interrupt today.
Oh, just catching up.
Well, that's good. Glad I didn't scare you. Bit of a choice encounter with that teacher of yours. She didn't seem too happy to see me.
Genkai.
She should have been happy. I'm probably the only reason she's still alive.
Genkai was worried about something. Gonna bet it's probably you.
Make an Arcana check with disadvantage.
2.
2. Alright. So everything around you is like it shuts down for a minute and you can't even comprehend what's going on. You felt spirit energy, you felt demon energy, you even felt like that weird energy the doctor gives off. This is like if all of that was wrapped up into one bundle and then amplified by like 1,000 just coming straight from him. I don't know what in the world she could be so worried about. I'm simply here on a bit of a business venture.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine it. So, what's your business?
Oh, nothing to do with you. It's mere coincidence that you would be here. I knew you were here anyway, but running into you. Itsuki likes this place. We come here every now and again.
Oh, how nice.
I was meeting with an acquaintance of mine earlier, the other night. Just so happened when our business finished, I ran into your teacher talking to the tall man with the shades.
Oh, Mr. Taguro.
Apparently, we came to a bit of an understanding. So he's been gracious. Well, not so much him. There's, I work with a Taguro, not that one though.
The small one with the creepy fingers.
Yes. We share similar interests. I don't know specifically what your goal is beyond. I know we share a similar interest, but I assume you know better than to try to get in my way for what I'm doing, right?
Oh, yeah. Just know what I said back there. I wasn't lying.
He walks up to you and he's standing like directly in front of you. I figured you weren't. But people like you with your ideals, your connections, and really no true conviction, they've been known to switch on a dime. Now, you changing won't stop what I'm going to do. It's just going to make it a little bit more annoying.
Hey,
So,
listen. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do play both sides very often. That is actually one of the main reasons why I've survived thus far. I am in no way under any assumption that if I were to betray you or go the other way, regardless of how I did so, you'd be able just to snap my neck on a moment's notice. So, not really a thing of loyalty, more like I know where I stand with you currently. And I know you have no reason to worry about me.
well, I'm glad we understand each other. And does 27 hit you?
A 27 unfortunately does hit me.
He knees you in the gut for 7 points of force damage.
Oh, was that really necessary?
It really wasn't, and I apologize. But it was more for your benefit than anything else. You're of a higher breed being a demon. I'd rather you know your place so I don't have to add another one of your kind onto my conscience. Or at least, if not mine, one of their consciences.
Okay then.
He just gives you a look. He's got a weird face, like to the point where looking into it, it's you can usually like insight people. I would say you can't read Sensui, not because he's difficult to read, but just because you don't know what you'd be trying to read.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, We'll see how things move forward. I should take my leave, as horrid as Koenma can be at his job. Apparently, Spirit World's aware to some degree I'm here.
Oh, you better get out of here quick then.
Eh. Their little lapdog isn't around right now.
Wait. Okay. Talk about Urameshi.
Yes, Urameshi. I'm not afraid of Koenma's boy. And he just walks away. And he just gives you a wave before you see him like step towards the side. And you watch as like a large shadow appears from like the ground and just like swallows him, and you can't sense him at all.
Oof. Okay. Oh, I really hope Urameshi's okay. Ugh. But I feel like that should have hurt a lot more.
He rolled a 1.
Oh. Okay, Naoki is, I guess, going to walk off at this point.
Make one more Arcana check with advantage.
12.
As you begin walking off, as you begin like stumbling away, you feel it's not as big as Sensui, but you feel a massive torrent of Yoki, and it's pretty potent. And
Where
it
do I-
feels hostile.
Where do I feel it coming from?
It's coming towards you,
Oh god.
and it's coming towards you fast.
Oh god. Jump
never-
out of the way.
You've never felt this before, but you feel like you felt it before. As landing in front of you, not looking at you, but looking forward with like a glare of like an animal that's been cornered. Naomi.
Oh! Hi there, Ma. How you doing?
What was just here?
It was, one of the Tsuguros.
This wasn't one of the Taguros. It doesn't feel like them.
It was a friend of the Tsuguros, rather, I should say.
She gets a look at you and sees that you look a little like not like ready to die, but you do look like you took a little bit of a hit.
Not that I can't handle.
You can't handle that.
Semantics.
You don't have to make an insight check. You can see this from the fact that you've always, yeah, as you said to Hideki, you've never been able to get a read on this woman.
Yeah.
It's written clearly across her face. She is scared. Like she felt where you were, then felt something immense there. Then the second it left and you were there, she was like, she came to see what that was. Like this wasn't like a mother like just, oh, she's curious to see if you're about to get beat up by something big and strong. She was in am I going to have to start fighting to defend mode. Like she was almost feral.
Okay. Hey, don't worry about it. Not the strongest, but you don't need to be to find your way out of situations. It's nothing. Everything's taken care of. You don't need to worry.
If you need me for something, I will help you. I enjoy seeing you in situations, but I will be bloody and bruised and dying on the ground before you die somewhere within my range.
I'm glad to hear that. There actually is something I've been wondering about. I've trained with a lot of people to get stronger for this tournament. I know a little bit about what it is to be a kitsune, but I feel like there's a little bit more there I can improve on. I don't know how to ask this, but could you perhaps show me the ropes so in case I come across any scary things that are bigger than me, I'm a little bit more able to equip to defend myself?
Of course. You get no funny business, no leading you along, just a direct statement from her.
Okay. Well, I guess
Prepare and do what you need to do. We can start tomorrow. I don't know how long this will take, but I can show you a bit more of. You've learned to fight like a ninja for your entire life. I'll show you how to fight like a kitsune.
Okay then.
She kind of, you see her starting to like calm down. Like you ever see when like a cat's hair stand up when they're like ready to like strike at something?
Yeah.
The floofiness of her hair starts to like die back down a little bit. But this had been, if Sensui had still been there, she'd have charged in without even like thinking about it. Your mom almost swapped hands with Sensui.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm fully aware.
But I think this will be a good place to take another break. Unless you guys, well, let me just check real quick. How long have we been going for?
2 hours and 52 minutes.
Yeah, you guys want to keep going still?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Heck yeah.
I got plenty of energy.
Let's take a little bit of a breaksy doodle then.
Okay.
I'm
I'm so fucking proud of Kunai.
Why? I'm so proud of Naoki having a first date and having a narrow scrape with death.
Waiting for Daisuke to take over Deki's job.
Yeah, well, I figured, like, Kunai's probably not gonna want to do that. And I'm like, Daisuke, if he survives, he's probably gonna stay with Spirit Agency, you know?
No. Kunai's gonna go wreck shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm. Soup. That was really well done, Noodle.
Aw, thanks.
That was a good moment with Kunai and Mirror Kunai.
Yay. Are you gonna put me on the job, Captain Matsumoto? Here's a mop bucket. You know where to go.
Oh no! No, Dan, don't say it like that! It's reminding me of a certain song, Cable.
The bucket in the mouth. So, what do you guys think so far?
This is something. Was not expecting Sensui to be here.
Kind of makes sense that he would be. He's got to protect his investments.
He's been here for a while.
We just haven't noticed him. Great.
Guys, this is the only time you guys have started doing wandering. You could have ran into him a couple times.
I just, like...
He's been very close by you a lot.
Naoki's mom didn't notice him until she started threatening me.
What's that?
He flared up.
Yeah, Naoki's... Naomi didn't even notice until, he started threatening Naoki.
No, it was because he wasn't outputting sacred energy. He did an intimidation tactic towards you.
He flared up.
It's fucking frightening.
taking a break so I can eat something real quick.
Okay.
God. Well, now we know the magician girl's name is Catherine.
We
Yep.
just call her Cat. Nobody else calls her
Catherine.
Catherine.
Her parents probably do.
And she can do parlor tricks. And
Yeah.
I've been figuring out how she can do that.
What do you think, Dan? How do you think it works?
She has to be given a suggestion, doesn't she?
She could.
That's part of how I'm thinking. Like, that's why she says she couldn't have done it without help from the audience.
Dan, I hope you know I'm taking that hat.
Oh, all yours.
Okay, good.
Makes sense that she's on Bisky's team.
Yeah.
She's very tired of Bisky. Bisky tortures that poor girl.
Oh.
Also, with the new setup, how have I sounded like in this recording today?
Really good.
Really
Yeah.
good. Mm.
So, Naoki got the date from hell.
Yep.
Jack, you got the paid for date by hell.
Oh boy.
The day was alright up until the Sensei knee me in the stomach part.
I'm so
Kinda puts
curious
a
what
damper on
Karama
things.
wants.
Just checking up on you. He probably wants like a loan of like $5,000. Don't question it.
I mean, it's
Just for the sake of it, too, Noodle. Don't worry about that. Like, Karama was just checking in with you to make sure everything was okay.
It's
Aw.
Karama.
He's kind of being like your emotional support buddy because he knows how hard what you had to do was.
What, with myself or
Yeah.
with certain romantic interests?
Kantaro.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Karama of all people knows that doesn't just go away after like a week or two.
Yeah.
So he's trying to be. He's had a lot of fights and he's also bled out a couple of times, but he's trying to be your emotional support person so that way he can help you out.
Aw, he's gonna be best man at the wedding.
Krabba's being a bro.
He's a
Karama's a
bro.
Speaking of bros, Dan, you get quality time with Honda today. Yay!
Yeah.
Couldn't find his feet for like 5 minutes though.
Honda. He's still a goof.
Hi stream. I hope you're all having fun.
Ow.
Ah,
I apologize for this break stream. I'm eating soy garlic chicken wings and I really wanted to eat more of these. I'm hungry.
Okay, well, I just ordered kararage.
Oh, karaage is so good.
I've never had it before. I want it so bad.
You know what it tastes like?
No.
Imagine fried chicken where you get all the crispiness of it, but it's not as salty and it's not like grease heavy. It's super light and fluffy. Karaage is delicious.
It was pretty good. Man. Did we skip Phantasma last week?
Yes.
No, we took Sunday off so that we took Saturday off so we could do it today.
That's right.
I feel like it has been 2 weeks though.
It does.
It's only been a week.
Only been a week.
Yes.
It's been a little
yeah,
over a
Halloween
week.
episode, I remember, and that wasn't that long ago technically.
Okay, we did the Halloween before Halloween though.
Oh yeah, we did skip because we the Halloween thing. We took Halloween off that Saturday.
That's right. We watched Halloween. We watched Halloween special.
Yes, we did,
That's right.
Yeah, we watched the Halloween tree where,
because
that,
everything.
where those
got
ugly
screwy
children were
on that
bothering
day.
that man.
Yeah.
We watched the Halloween tree where they taught us the history of
Okay,
Halloween, but
high
not
as
really.
Fuck.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were. You barely remember watching the film.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Can't
To
prove
all the
anything.
people I'm recording, I've never done a drug.
Not a single drug before.
No, you've done 2 drugs.
Music isn't a drug, it's the rhythm.
Music is a drug, and the other one's good friendship.
I'm gonna OD on friendship. Wait.
Give him 2 cc. Give him 20 cc's of friendship.
No, we can all see your DoorDash order. Noodle stepped away to get her DoorDash.
Yeah, it turns out they don't have karage, and I'm sad.
Aww.
It's okay though, I'll live.
I'll send you some from where I live, but the service fee for me is like $5. I think where you live, it's gonna be like 500.
Don't worry, we'll get some together someday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey
come out
DoorDash,
to
can you
Boston-
deliver people?
You come out to Boston, girl. You're gonna try some of these wings.
Heck
They're from a
yeah.
Vietnamese place. The soy is like a combination of like that sweet and salty at the same time, and the garlic gives it just that little bit of flavor.
You sound like
As my hero would say, these are some dynamite wings.
heckin'. That sounds like some Shokugeki no Soma shit.
This is Flavor Town, baby. This is gangster.
Come to think of it, I don't know if anyone else here has seen that show, but it's silly, and I can honestly imagine having just a D&D thing about silly cooking battles.
Food Wars. I've seen it.
That's
Yeah.
just us larping. That's just us larping food porn.
Exactly.
Has anyone seen Battle Chef Brigade before?
No, but I've seen Fighting Food on.
Fighting food on.
Is that the one where like they're Pokemon but food?
Yes.
Okay, because I did watch that as a kid too. And I remember people would like you could send in like your fan art for your own like food-based monsters, and they would show it like in the in-between break, like the cutaway breaks on the show.
I tried to. They never sent mine. Well, they never showed it. I was proud of it too.
I also drew one, but I didn't know how to use mouse, so I never sent it in.
I think that was my problem too. I think I folded the picture and just put it in the mailbox and thought it was easier.
Oh.
Okay.
Some
Waste.
time owie logic.
Waits by mailbox. Like for the entire year, it starts snowing. Hasn't moved from the same spot.
I turned into Fry's dog from Futurama.
Oh,
Aw.
I'm walking on sunshine.
Yeah. So for anybody who's familiar with the Yu Yu Hakusho canon, since we confirmed, Genkai didn't die in her meeting with Toguro.
Yeah, of all the reasons she would have lived.
It's like
All
how
the
the
reasons.
how the fuck is Genkai gonna survive? Because you like said there's somebody on the island. I'm like, who the fuck would like be able to stop? Oh, it all makes sense now. Oh no. I'm frightened.
And he's working with younger Toguro. Like, older Toguro, elder Toguro, even worse. Look,
The
there's Toguro.
smaller, older Toguro.
That's way worse.
That's just disgusting.
Thing that weirds me out about Elder Toguro is that, like, I saw my grandma would always, like, wear her hair in a bun for, like, almost her entire life. And one time she let her hair down, and she had the exact same hair as Elder Toguro. And now every time I see Elder Toguro, I think of my elderly grandmother. During that one...
Let Nana shovel some pudding into your face.
No, put it, Nana. I don't want it anymore.
Listen to your Nana. Togoro's there with gray hair and a mustache that's like darkened.
What if your Nana was gonna spoon feed you, but then like you realize it was her finger that extended out as a spoon?
Oh no. I really don't want to imagine that.
Well, that's what Hideki's gonna ask you on the second date.
If he can, like, spoon feed me with his finger.
Yep.
That's hot. If it's
Listen.
Hideki.
Hideki's a gentleman, but he operates on the 3-date rule.
Oh, okay.
So you got one more date before you're about to get power bottomed.
Oh my.
Do
He's
you
just
know how
counting
power
the
bottoming works, Cable?
He's just
Hideki
counting the hours.
Still does. Why do you think he has such good core strength?
Makes sense.
He's looking you dead in the eyes as he's drinking a bottle of water because he is not going to let you rest.
Fucking Ishina and Daisuke have already like broken the seal. Kunai can just as soon as she does one specific thing in front of Suzaku, and that's
Murder
excessively
someone.
kill something. As soon as you excessively destroy something, that's basically when that happens. Matt unfortunately got the luckiest and the worst one, where it's not until marriage.
No!
He's a wholesome being.
What'd you expect? I'm not a whore, Matt! I'm not your whore!
Matt, I'd like you to meet my parents.
If it
Always
gets-
remember, everyone, D&D,
Close
where
to your
one
mouth.
person has to be the significant other to at least 3 to 5 people all at once. I don't have time to date in real life. I'm too busy juggling 4 separate relationships at this moment.
Yeah. Not for lack of trying, though. Yeah, I see you.
Mm-hmm. There ain't nothing to talk about on that, friend.
I believe in you, Cable. You can do it.
That makes one of us.
You can
Cable, we
do
know
it.
Cable, we know the real reason why you haven't got a significant other yet. It's because you're on a strict policy where you only date penguins.
Well, you gotta put me on blast, Batty.
Mango.
Cable hasn't been the same ever since he broke up with Martini.
How am I supposed to go back to beef jerky when I had filet mignon? I'm gonna get you back for that, Batty. Wait till the fucking Christmas special.
Oh no!
Naoki the Kitsune was a happy, jolly soul. With an open shirt and some raggedy toes.
Ugh.
Oh.
Naoki will be the Grinch that stole Christmas.
Yeah, Naoki is definitely the French.
Daisuke's Jack Frost.
I got the boots.
Matt will be both Heat Miser and Snow Miser.
I have bipolar.
I don't
Oh,
care what
like-
you say. I don't care what you say, Noodle. Kunai the other reindeer.
No.
Listen, that's an honor.
So, you know how Matt has, like the same markings as, like, Jack's persona? So, like, half of it is black and half it is green?
Yep.
What if one half is Heat Miser and the other half Snow Miser?
He's just fucking Todoroki from fucking My Hero.
There's 2 versions of him, and they get mad and indignant because they look the same. But it's like, I don't know what your problem is. Can't you tell the difference? He's black with green spots. I'm green with black spots. Tell the difference. To Kunai to remind us you can't give up on Christmas Eve.
Cable.
No, that's an honor. You know how much I love that movie.
One, that implies that she's going to be fucking pulling a sleigh like some kind of animal. But two,
No,
that
you're
also
gonna
means that she's
shoulder
gonna
it.
learn how to fly, which is kind of cool.
You're gonna shoulder it like when Luke carries Yoda through the forest in Star Wars. Put a whole sleigh on your back.
I will say, out of all of the Final Phantasma cast, I think Kunai would probably look best in a Santa outfit. Maybe
know.
Daisuke.
Honda's got the hips for it.
Listen, don't make Daisuke go full jolly. It'll happen.
Oh, so you know if anybody's dressing up as a Santa in the Santa outfit for the holidays, you know it's Yamada.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yamada's very calm about everything, but if you come into the office dressed like that on Christmas, he'll punch you. Listen,
That's his thing.
I do paperwork all year long for these people. I break my back. I'm fucking Santa.
Oh my god. Listen. I would, if you told me that for most of the year Santa was just him, because that's his other job to keep, pay the bills, I would completely believe you.
Yamada's Santa when Christmas comes around. Maybe that's what I'll do. I was wondering what to do with that. Okay. Yeah. I'm both happy, by the way. I'm gonna get ready to start up again, but this is something I wanted to address. I completely forgot. I'm happy that since we rolled a 7, because I'm happy he didn't hit Naoki as hard as he really could, but I'm also happy to show off that he rolled a 1 and still hit you for 7.
Yeah, that's his minimum damage.
Yep.
That's his minimum damage from his weakest ability.
Isn't his actual hit modifier 29 for max?
Yeah. Since we hits hard.
That's fun.
That
And it's a
motherfucker.
kick. It's a kick, so he can probably do that more than one time in a turn.
That means if you guys fight Sensui, at base forms for you guys alone, as long as he gets an 11 or higher, he hits.
Good God.
Yep.
And actually, 11 or higher means that 1 through 10 misses. He's literally got a 50-50 shot of hitting you.
Well, I know what I'm using on him if we have to fight him.
I look forward to seeing that.
I hope to God we
Pocket
don't.
sand.
Poison.
No, that's his one weakness, sand.
Poison sand.
Since he's got massive OCD, you think that won't stop him? No, all sand will be gone. A clean Sensui is a powerful Sensui. Not calling anybody with OCD out, as somebody who has to flick their neck to the point where it hurts to remember that he locked his door or else he can't sleep for the night. I feel your pain. If I don't do that, I'm afraid I'll be burgle murdered in the middle of the night.
No.
Don't worry, Cable. If I was gonna burgle murder you, I would be upfront about you. I'd be like, hey, Cable, I'm not gonna enter your door at time of night. I'm just gonna straight up burgle murder you in broad daylight because I'm your friend.
Burgle Murgle.
Appreciate that.
It's a Burgle Murgle cable.
Burgle Murgle.
Alright. So, you guys ready to start back up again?
Yes.
A little bit more. So, for context on all your trainings and stuff, Daisuke, even with Junko, she's going to get ready to start teaching you some stuff. So, Kunai, you can talk to Ryoji. Naoki, you're not going to start with Naomi till tomorrow.
Okay.
So you still have the rest of your day to do anything you want. Kunai, you can see what Ryoji's up to, if he will do it with you today and teach you, or if it'll be something for later on. Daisuke, this is about to turn into your day.
Okie dokie.
So, Matt, you had a nice lunch with Ogre. Matt, your time is pretty much yours to decide what you want to do with. Nobody's forcing you to fight.
So this is still the first day, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
We're gonna start with Matt. You guys give me casual initiatives. Matt's gonna start this off though.
Yay! Shit, what do I want to do?
Okay. Where do you want to go? Tell us.
I don't know.
Do you want to pull a wandery do?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. So, you part ways with Ogre. He kind of just, he doesn't have anything specific to do, but there are some little things he wants to check in just to avoid Koenma really bothering him. So he's gonna go doing that. So you managed to take a little bit of a walk around for yourself. Make an investigation check. If you're just looking for something to do.
18.
You catch some stuff going around. You see Junko making her way out, and she is she's decked out, but she's kind of like not paying attention. She's like a woman on a mission. You see some of the people you recognize with Kunai and the rest, like people you would know. You do see that person that's on their team, Jin. He's just kind of like he's got like 2 fists worth of like different like snacks and foods, and he's just kind of like sitting around like floating at the top of like the lobby, just watching people and eating. He looks like he's just entertaining himself. But for the most part, there's a few different people going around, but the one that stands out to you the most is Shu, standing around with a person you've never seen before. It's a man who seems to be wearing glasses, and he's got a very irritated look on his face. Like he's annoyed to have to be around in this lower area.
Oh boy, okay. I'm gonna go up to him.
Okay. As you walk up, the person you would find out to later be Fu, not Fu. He just looked at. Can we help you with something, Beast? I don't. Oh, hey, Matt! And Shu just pulls you in.
Hey there.
Oh, you're still soft. First Daisuke and now this. You have a very, very weird habit of touching vermin and other small creatures. Don't call Daisuke vermin. I like him.
I was
Anyway,
just wandering around looking for something to do, and I saw you here.
oh, hey,
So,
small.
what's up, Joe?
Oh, we were, Fu was giving him a look. But he immediately gets a call and decides to take off. Like, Fu just walks away a bit. We had some things to do for the club. We're awaiting some people to show up so we can escort them to where they'll be staying. You know, typical stuff. But don't worry about that. We should. I'll be finished with this in maybe another like 10-ish minutes or so. So what I'm thinking is, me, you, Dusty's, all the skee ball we can all night long.
Sure, that sounds like fun.
Yes. And don't worry, Fu there. He seems uptight. So I'm going to leave him somewhere. I hope you weren't expecting me to say, oh, but he can be fun, because he can't. He's not coming.
I mean, I may have just met him, but he seems a bit stuck up his own ass.
He stuck up Dad's ass is the thing.
Ew, that's disgusting.
It is. It is. Anyway, I gotta go take care of this. I have to step away for a little bit.
Alright, I'll just, I don't know, I'll be somewhere around here still.
Alright. Yeah, I'll find you when we're done.
Alright.
You see them both walking out the front as you see what appears to be some, like, you see a car pull up. Well, not necessarily a car, you see people, like, walking up, and with them appears to be, like, a child. He doesn't look to be much older than, like, maybe, like, 9 or 10. Fu looks indignant towards him, but Shu just kind of pushes him to the side and, like, squats down in front of the kid and, like, tries to talk to him, and you see the kid perk up a little bit. And he just kind of, like, scruffs the kid's head. Before, you know, the kid just starts walking off with Fu, and Shu's just kind of like... It's fairly obvious for you to see. They're not just walking casually. Like, Fu and Shu have taken point, like, walking with this kid. And he seems laid back about it, but Shu is keeping an eye out for things.
I'm gonna follow, but I'm gonna give as big a distance as I can. It starts getting too dicey, I'll just walk away.
Okay. You begin to... You give them a wide berth. Like, it's a nice, like, distance between the two. Make a stealth check for me with advantage, since you're giving a healthy distance.
Mom, still 20. Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Let's... Alright, so I gotta roll these for Shu and Fu. So, for Shu... Shu doesn't see you. Fu doesn't see you. Fu's the one you needed to worry about the most.
Oh, I know.
But they seem to be under the impression they're not being followed, so they're kind of taking a bit more of a lax thing. You hear Shu just arguing with Fu as they're walking. It's like, this isn't the time for this, we're doing something for father. Well, yeah, you know, it's never really the time, but I have people I talk to. You don't need to be such a fucking dick every single time something new shows up. It besmirches father's name. To see someone he's deeming as his child interacting with these things. No, you're no better than any of them. Like, Fu seems like really, like, up his own ass right now. She was just sort of trying to, like, keep the kid relaxed. The kid's not really saying much. But he's, like, laughing a little bit. Shu will point stuff out to him and he'll, like, stop to look. Fu gets a little bit more irritated every time this happens. You're wasting time. I'd rather not have to spend any more with you as much as I have to. See that? He's upset. Somebody needs a nap, huh? And the kid just starts laughing. Whatever. They keep walking again for a little bit more. Make another stealth check. Advantage still.
Ooh, 11.
Okay. Fu. Shu doesn't see you, but... Let's see... This will be with disadvantage. 18 hits you, right?
Yeah.
So 4 lightning and 7 necrotic damage as You're walking through. Your foot snaps under a branch that's like in the foresty area, and Shu's not paying attention to it, but on a reaction, Fu turns around and you see like a burst of like spiritual energy fire out of his hand, and make one more stealth check for me with advantage.
Oh boy. 21.
You manage to curve behind a tree where he can't see you, but not before you took that damage directly to your arm. Like it hits you straight on there, and it burns badly. Seem a little trigger happy there, Fu. Nobody's following us. If anybody was following us, they would know better than to keep it up. I would leave if I were them. Who's gonna leave? The tree? They were here first, technically. It's rude. Hate you. As they both keep walking along. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to stop following?
I'm gonna go a bit further.
Okay. At this point, he told you it was only like gonna take him 10 minutes. It's been a little over like 25, going on a half hour now you've been walking. And after some time, make one final stealth check.
16.
That's not horrible. Neither of them see you.
Thank God.
As
Fucking A.
you see almost on like a cliffside. Like it's very low down. Like from where you were following through the forest, like it immediately starts to take this dip where it's like almost like if it was going towards the shores of the island, like at the very lowest point. You see what appears to be almost like a metal door of some sorts, with people standing not too far from it. You see them talking. You see them talking with the people standing in front of the door for a minute. One of the guards leans down and looks at the kid. Then he takes the kid by the hand and then like waves to them both as they bring the kid inside, and the door closes before Fu and Shu argue as they typically do in front of it for a little bit, and then proceed to fuck off in separate directions. Like they begin walking back the way you're going, but it's like as they're not like following the same beaten path they did to get here. They're like diverging through the woods, almost as if they're like trying to double back and make sure they're not being followed.
Alright, I'm gonna dash back to the start point as fast as I can.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
17.
Okay, let's see how stealthy they're being. No, so you'll get this. As you're trying to dash back, you get the feeling that Fu might be seeing you, and you're really trying to book it. You feel yourself speeding up like with the adrenaline. Then you realize your legs are going a mile a minute, yet they're not touching the ground. And you tilt your head up. Jin is like holding you under the arms, and he's just like flying. He's got like half a corn dog sticking out of his mouth. You're kind of an idiot, you know that? Your stealth is pretty good, but I mean, he almost took your arm off.
Yeah, thanks for that.
No worry. I was sitting around. Looked like what you were doing were fun. Turned out it's a bit more deadly than fun, but I still got a kick out of it.
Don't tell anyone I was here.
I don't even know what you were doing here. What do you reckon that door is?
I don't know, but that's what I'm trying to find out.
As you're flying, you stop in midair with Jin as he's holding you. And he just kind of like, you look up at his face and he's smiling like, Well, I mean, if you're trying to find out. You reckon you want to take a look right now?
Not just yet.
Well,
Maybe tomorrow.
if you're going in there, let me know. I reckon I've seen those guards right there. I don't know who to send them to guard our door. Pushovers. Could kill them without even trying. This looks like fun. Espionage. This Jin is just like kind of enthralled in the idea of going undercover.
Oh, like a ninja.
You're way too happy about this, you know that?
Been a while since I really got to do ninja stuff.
You know anyone else that's stealthy?
Toya's pretty good.
Please don't tell me that Fox. Please don't say.
Toya's good on his feet. Naoki's pretty solid. And
Uh,
I reckon if this is illegal, he'll be down for it.
Alright. Can you take me back to the hotel right now, at least?
Right, on the double! And it's like when you're flying pretty quickly, but it's like the Tails the Fox flying in Sonic Adventure 1 sound effect, where it's like and Jin like scoots you back over and drops you in front of the hotel.
Ah!
Have fun! Jin just like starts to fly off. Shu sees you land, but he's like, eh. Oh, are you flying and doing stuff?
Talking to a new friend, that's all.
Uh-huh. I can't fly. I want to. He looks disheartened.
Don't worry.
Oh. Anyway, sorry my business took a little bit longer. Foo's an ass and made everything a lot more stressful than it needed to be. What?
That's fine.
I ditched him like a bad habit. So me, you, Geeball. I'll call Daisuke up and see if he wants to come too.
Alright.
Alright. As you get set to head out for a night of skee ball at Dusty's with Shu. Let me see where the initiative was going. Naoki, we'll jump over to you.
Okay, so I know what I'm doing. Since we said something that kind of worried Naoki a little bit. The Urameshi kid is in a bother right now currently.
Mm-hmm.
So Naoki is actually going to look for Yusuke.
You would see Shu and Matt leaving, like, oh, hey Naoki, as you make your way back to the hotel, and they just like whiz past you.
I'd give them like a little like one finger salute as I'm walking by, not saying anything.
I gotta talk to you later.
Okay.
As you make your way back, you kind of look around the perimeter of the hotel. You can fly, so it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
There's a small patch of like a small area, like not too far behind it, where as you get close, you do see Genkai as she's sitting down on a rock, and you see Yusuke with like 3 boulders on his feet as he's forced to do like those handstand push-ups.
I'll casually fly down. I know Genkai's on edge right now, so I'm going to do the wise thing and not sneak up on her.
Smart.
And Naoki is just going to fly kind of in front of Genkai and Yusuke.
As Yusuke is doing push-ups, so it doesn't catch like his attention right away. As you're there, like Genkai looks up for a second, like she catches the new energy signal showing up, but then looks like, oh. Well, if I'm not trading in one slacker, I'm getting another.
Hey, is everything alright?
Let's see. I've begun training my successor with something very particular and close to me that I don't have anymore. I had a near brush with death the other night, and it's freaking humid out today. Oh yeah, I'm like the belle of the ball right now.
Well, God forbid I check up on my old teacher.
Hey, I'd be careful with that word. Teacher implies I taught you. Don't put your poor performance on me.
You haven't changed at all. I don't even know what Hideki was talking about.
Yeah. You know, Cherryhead is... He's worrying over nothing. Or at least I hope it's nothing.
Can I roll an insight on that?
Go ahead.
25.
Pull up Genki's Deception. Not one.
Fuck.
As she says that, you immediately catch that she's like, she goes and gets another boulder and throws it on Yusuke's feet, and he's like, "Ugh. You know, if you just wanted to kill me, you old bitch, you could have just shot me straight through the head right now. It'd be no fun in doing that. I like watching you suffer. Now, if you've got time to complain, you've got time to work those scrawny arms into something that can defend yourself." He's gonna kill me before the Taguros do.
Yeah,
With the
Genkai-
nat one, you would hear her say, "It's not the Taguros I'm worried about."
Naoki would actually, like, kind of, like, not in, like, a demeaning way, but, like, kind of lower himself towards eye to eye with Genkai.
Mm-hmm.
Yusuke's alright, correct?
Let's just say Yusuke's got another mark on his head. Or he's got another hit out for him.
Sensei, I would kind of, like, whisper that to her.
Oh, so you're familiar with him.
Just, on a very basic acquaintance sort of level.
I don't know what his fascination is, but he wanted... Apparently, he wanted Koenma's new boy as strong as he could be. So he talked Taguro out of killing me the other night.
That pieces some things together.
And by talked, I mean he flared that stupid energy of his out.
Yeah, he did the same to me. Naoki's actually going to kind of pull part of his shirt back and kind of show the bruise on his stomach.
He shouldn't be able to do that, but he can. That's what worries me.
He hit me pretty hard, but I felt like he was holding back for some reason.
Oh, most definitely he was holding back. And she starts like she starts looking at the bruise and everything on you. And I just have to pull something up real quick. So she starts looking at the bruise that's on your... Yeah, no, most definitely he was holding back. Anybody who's mastered Rishuken he could have probably broken all your ribs in one hit if he felt like it.
Oh, fun. Well...
I've already reported it to Koenma that he's here.
Oh, so that's how Koenma knows. Okay. He, seemed like Yusuke wasn't gonna be an issue. I didn't know if he meant that in the, like, sort of way, or needless to say, I wanted to check up on you guys.
Wait, what do you mean what do you mean that's how Koenma knows?
Oh, Sensei, when he was talking to me, he said, somehow, Spirit World knew he was on the island.
I hadn't told Koenma until hadn't been that long since I told Koenma.
So he's probably keeping tabs on you.
When did you talk to him?
Like probably 20 minutes ago.
That's too soon. Knowing him, he's probably got somebody more watching him. Still.
Well, I won't say too much if he is eyes floating about, but the more you know, I guess.
Well, in the interest of the more you know, Yusuke, if you slack off even a bit, you're going to be dodging spirit guns for the next hour. And she like sweeps her foot under his arm, and he has to crazy bitch.
You know, Genkai, he's like training to fight the Taguros. I think you might need to throw another boulder for good measure.
Seems smart. Oh god, I hope I fight you in the finals, Naoki. I'm gonna wring your goddamn neck.
Naoki's gonna smile and spit his tongue out at Yusuke.
Genkai pulls you aside, though. In the interest of sharing information, I'm going to let you in on a little bit about Sensui. I don't know specifically how he's doing it, but it's unmistakable what he's doing. And she takes something to like draw in the dirt a little bit. You're familiar with the difference between humans and demons, like where our source of powers can come from.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, for example, I use Reiki, spiritual energy, as my base. You use Yoki, demonic energy.
Correct.
I'm sure you've come across people with or energies you're not able to naturally pick up on. They might feel off to you in some ways.
Yeah.
These are psychics.
Psychics.
They're highly attuned and their energy doesn't work necessarily the same way Reiki does. It's a bit infrequent and harder to pick up on. If you meet a psychic, odds are they're not going to fight you in the same way a normal warrior would. Be especially wary of a psychic if you get too close to them. Most of them operate within what's called their territory.
Well, I already got close to one of them. Wasn't much of an issue, but I also know that that's not Sensui.
Now we're gonna get to Sensui. There are psychics, spiritual users, and demonic users. Sensui is none of these.
The fuck is he then?
You see, like, where she's drawn the 3 different types of energy in, like, their little circles? She draws one big circle encompassing all of them and writes something on top of it. Sensui is undeniably using what is called sacred energy.
Oh.
This is something beyond any human or demon. Beyond most of the higher-ups in spirit world.
Well, shit.
It's usually something that takes 45 years to even begin to unlock. He has full mastery over it.
How old is he?
Sensui is 26.
Excuse me?
Shinobu Sensui is 26 years old.
That motherfucker is 26? No, probably should keep my voice down from the idiot. Sorry, Yusuke, get back to your training.
Fuck you!
Ugh. Well,
The advice I can give you to fighting somebody with sacred energy.
Yeah.
Run.
I was gonna do that anyways, but I'm glad I got a second opinion.
The thing with this type of energy, especially from someone like him, if you're I couldn't do anything to him. I don't even think Taguro could really do anything to him. If you're not at least on a middle A class level of power, you can't do anything to him.
So, well, I kind of knew he was out of my league. Kind of figured he'd be out of your meshes. Taguro is concerning to me, as you can tell.
I know he's out of the Elder Taguro's league. I suspect the younger one as well, but I also can't vouch for that completely. I don't know how truly strong he is. They've never really showed him at 100%.
Oh, another thing to worry about. Great. Okay.
That's what he's wanted this tournament for. He wants someone at 100%. He's mad I can't give him the fight that he wants anymore. So, he brought Yusuke here to make him do it, and you all were the backup in case Yusuke can't do it.
So that's what this shit's all about. He just wants a good fight.
He's got his panties in a wad.
Well, I probably got some training to do then. I'll leave you to whatever you were doing. Glad to see you're not crushed by boulders yet, Yusuke.
I hate you.
Have fun. Oh, in Genkai? I don't do anything else too reckless, okay?
I'm old. Just going down the stairs is reckless for me at this age.
Apparently, jumping from tree to tree or robbing convenience stores for batteries isn't reckless, though.
You can't prove that was me. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying, it was all over the news, and
See her cock her finger and point it directly at you.
Okay. I didn't see anything.
That's right, you didn't. Now get moving.
Okay, bye. Naoki is gonna fly off.
Fly off. You scoot along. And we make it to Kunai if Noodle is back.
Noodle, are you back?
I am back. Food is not here, and I'm sad.
Aw. Do you want Dan to go first, and then we go to you?
It's fine. Don't worry.
Okay. Also, I don't know if Jack's good if his internet disconnected or something.
He's been having internet issues, unfortunately.
Okay. So, Noodle, do you want to go, or do you want to wait for your food?
Nah,
So
I'm
you can
good.
get some-
It's not coming. They got lost for some weird reason. My apartment does not have buildings properly numbered.
Alright. So, you have finished up everything with the Yata no Michi. You've spoken to Kurama. He just wanted to check up on you, make sure everything was going good. Sorry, I'm just taking a sip of water. He just kind of gives you like a friendly conversation. Like, I'm hoping everything is all right with you, Kunai. I know it mustn't be getting easier for you, but I hope it's getting a little bit more bearable with each day.
You have no idea how right that is.
Leave you me, I think I do. But I know what it was like to have wanted someone around for this, and at the very least, I can make sure you don't have to know what it's like to want someone around for that.
Well, I appreciate it.
I anticipated you would say that. He's just kind of like, you can't see him, but it's like he's sticking his tongue out, like poking fun. So, what are your plans for the rest of the day?
I'm gonna go speak to my dad.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I look forward to seeing your team against us in the finals.
That was a funny little thing you did sending Hiei over here.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Sure you do.
You'll do great things, Kunai. I believe in you.
Thanks, man. Also, when are you gonna... Who are you gonna tell me about what happened at that last match I saw you in?
Oh, Yoko.
Is that what you call it?
Oh, that is my real form. That is what I really look like.
Huh.
The human body I inhabit is, in a way, similar to you. I am not a Mazaku of any sort, just so you know. I'm not a human with latent demon powers. I'm more of a demon that's sort of borrowing or using this human's body. But after a certain point, we stopped being two separate people, and we became me. But Yoko is when I return to my actual form.
Good to know.
I don't really know how to make that work 100% yet, but I'm sure if I can control that to some degree, it will be vital in this tournament. And it's quite powerful, but if I'm going to be honest, I'll need it if I have to fight your team in the finals. Anything less than Yoko, you definitely defeat me.
Yeah, I could probably say that.
Try not to lose until we meet in the ring.
Fair enough.
And outside of the ring, you know, I'm a friend here.
Cable, you're cutting out pretty bad.
Am I still cutting out?
Yeah.
Hold on. Alright, how does that sound?
Pretty good.
Okay. He said outside of the ring, you know you have a friend in me if you need me.
Likewise.
I won't keep you. I'm going to go, something sampling of foods with Kuwabara. I don't know what this is about, but I'm bored. And Karama, and you hear Kuwabara screaming in the background about, we're gonna see what it's like to put a pizza on a pizza with a pizza. And he just kind of hangs up. So, what's your next move, Kunai?
I'm gonna go find Dad.
So you're deciding you want to go find Ryoji?
Yeah,
Make a perception check.
he's already there. 18.
I was hoping I'd get to do this. He knew what you were planning to do today.
He's just keeping tabs on me at all times.
So it takes you a second to find him, but you get a good look, and after a minute, you get a sense as you see, like, wait a minute, that's not a tree. He's been wearing a tree suit and hiding amongst the foliage.
Oh my god. My dad is a nerd.
Okay, don't be mad. I'm sorry.
Why
I
would
was
be?
worried when
Well, why would I be
I was
mad?
worried because I don't want to come off as sort of obsessive. I worry about you.
And I appreciate it.
I heard you were dealing with this Yata mirror, and I remembered what that was like when you fought in the ring. I had to make sure that if I had to break a mirror, I was within killing distance.
She's just gonna go over and hug him. tree and all.
He hugs you back. He pats your head with a branch. So, it seems things worked out well with it.
Yeah, it really did.
Well then, what do you say we try to pick up where we were from last time?
Let's do that.
If we can get through this first thing, I have some things I'd like to teach you that I think would help you in the long run. Your cousin Kalgara is quite good at getting you... She was good at getting you stronger, but I think you need a proper, lesson in how to use Giganshi powers. So, he's going to sit with you and begin meditating. Make an Arcana check with advantage.
Hey. 19.
19. So, where you tried to rush and get through these before, sitting with Ryuji this time, and almost it's like you don't have a nagging voice in the back of your head or something weighing you down. Your Yoki is just flowing through you. It's immense how much control you have over this. And even he's taken aback by how well you're able to, channel this right now. You're like a whole nother person. Look at you. But of course, I shouldn't have expected anything less. You have a very serious face, and then he just immediately, pinches your cheeks. Shouldn't have expected anything less from you.
Ah, stop!
I'm sorry, they're so pinchable. And he just goes and starts pinching again. You seem to have the control and your aura working properly. I want you to attempt to center that into your Jagan eye. And make another Arcana check with advantage.
20.
You manage to focus the aura directly into your Jagan, thus giving you a bit more control over the binding curse. And as you focus it and let it flow, and you would release it as you would do Jagan binding curse, it feels more potent and a lot stronger than it did the other times you would try to do this. So give me 1 second. Okay. So, for your Jagan binding curse, I just edited it for you. You've managed to increase how strong the binds are when it's got somebody in its grasp. And on top of that, because you're learning, Hiei taught you the rudimentary ways to do it, Ryuji's teaching you proper, how to focus your energy to do this, you've offset how much Yoki it actually takes you to do this.
Hey!
So it's now reduced to 1 Yoki instead of 2.
Nice.
But remembering this feeling, it feels insane, how much, you're not even, stressed to, release it this way. It's a very calm, almost natural feeling to, let your power flow this way.
Good.
You're a natural. I'm so proud.
Hugging Dad again.
You hug him. You feel his grip on you tighten a little bit. This is still something. This is still the earlier things. This isn't what I'm glad I was able to help you improve on that, but as strong as you are, and as much as I do believe in you, Yuzu, you will need a bit more to make it through this tournament. I'm going to have to... And please forgive me, but I think you and I need to spar significantly at an actual, like, level where you can understand what it is you're capable of.
I had a feeling it would come to that.
Not today, though. You look a bit worse for wear. As he's like looking at the cuts you still have from fighting Mirror Kunai.
Yeah, I do feel pretty banged up.
Get a good night's sleep and rest, and meet me in the forest tomorrow. You and I will begin this then. I love you dearly, but I need you to understand that if I'm to help you, I have to show you what it's really like to fight as a Giganshi. And he gives you, like, you catch a glimpse of his aura flaring up, and it is imposing. But rest up. And he gives you like a kiss on the forehead.
Is that common for Giganshi? I thought that was kind of a weird place to kiss people.
Well, I mean, you can open and close your eye at will. It doesn't always have to stay open.
I was just curious.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like your friend here. He has to wear the band because he can't close his eye.
Oh. I might have to tease him about that a little bit.
I'd be careful with that one. I took a peek into his mind when he was by here earlier. He's got something dangerous in there.
Huh.
I'd be very wary of that one, but he's impressive. Though he's not an actual Giganshi by blood, I'm proud to keep him as one of our kin.
Likewise.
Enough talk. You need rest. And he, like, picks you up, like, princess style.
Dad.
I will hear nothing of the sort. Don't make me get Michi.
Oh.
You know she'll carry you.
Fine.
And he starts carrying you back to the hotel. As that's going on, we're gonna use the Dave Forest again because it's a good map. Daisuke,
Yo.
you are with Honda still. Honda has like stepped off and like come back. He's run pretty quickly. He went and got food, and he posts himself up like somewhere just around the area. And he's just like, "Oh, your mom is going to kill you."
Yeah, don't remind me.
Oh no, I have to. It's scary. It scares me. I'd say you're waiting right about here.
So, you never see my mom when she's serious, have you?
No, never actually seen how she works.
Well, guess what? Neither have I.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, Dan, just let Jack know where I'm settling up right now. Yours is pretty much going to be the last thing we do for the night anyway. 1 second, everybody. Let's see. I think power might be good. No, not power. We need. Where's all my Louise tracks? No, nothing's more appropriate than stones right now.
She deserves it.
You feel a horrid energy coming towards you. It's Reiki, but you've never felt Reiki like this before. As you see walking up, hair tied back, and an even more imposing Oni club than the one you wield, Junko. Roll me initiative first and foremost.
Wait. That's 12.
Getting her sheet pulled up.
Which is still pretty good for me.
Four, so you have first move. But you see her walking up, and it's terrifying to behold her, because this is like all sense of maternal love in her eyes is gone right now. And she looks ready to fight with you. The last thing I'll say before we begin this: come at me like you intend to kill. You won't learn any other way.
You know, I feel like this is third grade all over again. Only this time it seems like you mean it.
Trust me, I do.
All right.
First move.
Good lord, that's far away. Okay, well. Bonus action. 2 Reiki. And I'm going right for the Spirit Sword.
For your scissor blade?
Yep.
Okay.
But that's the perfected form. The regular spirit bat comes out first because you know what? I'll go the full action and get this blade out.
Okay. So your Reiki begins to flare up. You immediately form the other half of Sheena's scissor blade in terms of aesthetic. Junko sees this. She's seen it before, but having it stare her down. You see her take a look at it, and she looks unimpressed.
I imagine so. Alright, well, I'm gonna move 30 feet this way. This is a big map.
Junko's she's doing that thing where she's got the club dragging in the dirt, and it's just dragging a line, and she just walks up and stares directly at you. And then, alright, give me 1 second. She's gonna activate one of her abilities.
Oh, jeez.
It's called Red Ogre's Aura. You see this tempest, it's Reiki you can sense coming off of her, but even Honda's like, hey, I thought Reiki was more of a conceptual thing. Why can I see that? As it's just pouring off of her body. And I need you to make a DC 18 charisma save.
Fucking A! Oh my god!
Oh my god, this is very fitting though. I'm gonna roll severity on something. That's way too high, I'm sorry, Dan. Dan, you don't get your next turn. you are paralyzed with fear from this because you've never seen this part of her. Like, you know your mom's scary. This is like disgusting scary. And it's just because it was 99%. That's why I had to do that, Dan.
Yeah, no, I understand. That was a double nat one on my part.
As you choke up with fear, you don't even realize that she comes rushing forward, Oni club in hand, but she is going to.
Let me get my my new AC in there because I had the spirit weapon out.
Yep.
It's 1d6 minus 3. Alright, it's a 1. Okay, so I'm at 18.
Okay. She is gonna. Let's see, what does she want to do? Sorry, I'm just trying to see what.
Oh yeah, no, it's all new.
Yeah, no, she's all over. She's gonna go barreling towards you, like with the momentum, and go swinging at you with her club. If this hits, this is gonna hurt, Dan. I want you to know this.
Yeah, no, I'm sure.
Does an 18 hit you?
Just hits me.
Oh god. Alright, you take 12 bludgeoning and 3 piercing as the Oni club makes contact with your arm, and you realize she's going in this like full ham. As you get a massive like bang directly into the arm.
Yeah.
Before she pulls it back and swings it around, almost like reverse grips the club and then barrels it down on you again.
Holy shit!
And that hits you, I assume, right?
Well, how low was the 8? Oh my god. She has a plus 11?
That's 20. That's almost max damage. That is max damage.
Okay. How about I do a reaction on that one?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm spending 3 Reiki to move away.
Go ahead.
Alright. Now you see me, now you don't.
Where do you go?
I'm moving behind her. Out of reach.
You know she's not gonna kill you, though.
It still hurts.
Yeah.
Boop.
You teleport out of the way. You watch as when the club makes contact with the ground, it like upheaves the earth a little bit, and there's a solid chunk of stone on the end of her Oni club. She just flings that over the tree line in the horizon. As you see the muscles in her arm pulsating. And she just like cranes her neck back over and looks at you.
Okay. Alright. You showed me yours. I'll show you mine.
And bonus action. Activating spirit control.
Okay.
Okay. Base movement up by 10 feet. Perception Arcana up by 5. And my charisma is now up by 5.
I hope Junko lives up to the hype.
She's a plus 11 modifier!
Alright.
And kicking the dirt away in the flare motion just going up to her.
Alright, so all this right here is like upturned stone, by the way.
Let's see if I can do some of that myself. And coming down with perfected spirit weapon.
Yeah, you hit.
16.
Nice.
And second swing. 15.
15 misses.
You know, wait a minute, wait. I can... wait, can I do that? don't think it'd be. Nah, there's nowhere near enough. Alright. That's my turn. Because I use my bonus action too.
Okay.
Oh shit! Wait! No, I had the, that's right, ripple effect.
Oh, go ahead and use it.
So it's an extra 1d6 to see if I can pull her in. 5.
For 16 on that, right?
It's to make a 15 into a 20.
You're off by 1, you just missed.
Oh my god!
Do you have anything else you want to do with that?
That's all I can do with that.
Okay. So you bring the perfected spirit weapon down. You've so to give you an idea on how she counters this for you, you know, have you seen people like in sword fights, they'll block with like their weapons, so like they'll parry with what they're wielding, right?
Mm-hmm.
She takes your spirit weapon by the hand and repels it, just bare palmed.
Yeah, I figured as much.
And she knocks it to the side. It does like sting her hand from the first cut that you did, and she looks at it. Not bad, boy. She's going to. Let's see, what does Junko want to do? You know what? This is gonna be a fun one because I wanted to use this one anyway. She's gonna expect. You feel like all like the red ogre aura that's surrounding her. It's like focused purely on the Oni Club at this point. As she like brings it up above her head and not aiming at you, but like jamming it straight down into the ground. You see it like etching clean, almost like if she had stabbed a blade into it. And then immediately you see pillars of Reiki just bursting out from all around you as stones and energy fly out. I need you to make an athletics check for me. It's a high DC.
Let's see.
Yeah, baby!
Okay. So, you're gonna take half on this. And
Even with a crit.
I'm gonna say, because there's a secondary check on top of this, I'm gonna say with the crit you'll take half damage, and you don't have to make the secondary check, you automatically pass it.
Oh, thank God, that's cool.
So, this secondary check was going to half your movement speed if you failed.
Oh.
But this is gonna hit you for... It's called Gaia Breaker, by the way. I guess the... So
Oh my god!
25 force damage, half down to 12. So you take 12 force damage as pillars of stone and energy burst up from the ground. Honda's popcorn gets knocked out of his hand, and he's just like, well, okay, that's why I bought this. And he pulls out, like, gumdrops and just starts eating them. Hey, Daisuke, don't miss. She'll kill you.
Thanks for the tip.
She brings her arm back, and she is going to... I actually forgot to put this in here, so I can't do that. I don't want to do it just right now. Oh, you know what? Junko has to make a check right now.
Oh.
Okay, so she passed. She does not take the point of exhaustion for using Gaia Breaker, but it does look like that winded her a lot.
That's a big move.
That
was half power.
She hardens herself, and then immediately goes in to swing with the Oni Club. This is going to be a disadvantage, though.
I was gonna say she was gonna get that anyway.
Okay. 17 in the...
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, with the combined efforts of spirit control and your spirit weapon, you're able to parry her club back.
Not only that, I get a riposte shot.
Go for it.
So I can now use my reaction, spend 1 martial die, and take a swing. Ugh. Wait, okay, okay, never mind. That misses.
Okay. All right, and that's your turn. I mean, that was her turn.
Yep.
So she's going to try something before her turn is over. For this ability to work, you do have advantage on your next attack against her.
Good to know. Let's see. What other fun things can I do? I think as a bonus action, let me try this. As a bonus action, I'm going to see if I can Mask of Many Fear her.
Okay.
She has to succeed a DC 17 Wisdom save.
Wisdom save?
Yep.
Okay. So, this is gonna be an interesting one. So, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a very specific reason that I'm giving her advantage on this. And I can explain it to you a little later.
That's fine.
No? Make an insight check.
And 13.
You see, when she started doing this, you caught like the sort of like bloodlust warrior, like she's in this to fight. When you try to Mask of Many Fears her, what you pick up on, you get like the oh that's sweet, and then oh god she's gonna kill me moment as you do this. The reason the mask is not very effective against her is because what she's doing right now for you is to prevent her biggest fear from happening. Her biggest fear is you dying in battle.
Oh,
So if something happens to you, that's the one thing she, like you and Mitsuki, that's the one thing she's the most afraid of in this world. So if she doesn't go all out with you right now, that'll happen. So you just sort of like hardened her resolve.
glad I could help.
It's motherly
Hey,
love.
taking a swing.
You have advantage on this.
23.
That hits.
That's
21. Alright, now, something very fun is going to happen with this. As you go in and you hit, and like the blade digs into the side of her arm, she looks up at you. Alright. I'm going to teach you something special, Daisuke. You see aura appearing around her hand as she grips your spirit blade, like in like an intense grasp. You both have to make contesting athletics checks against each other.
Oh no! 14!
17. So, she... like, it feels weird to you. It's like your energy's being pulled away from you. She grabs the, like, essentially the scissor blade from your hand, still letting it maintain its spiritual weapon form.
Hey, how are you doing that?
You see her, like, having it, and with this, she's going to, like... Alright, fuck. What's the modifier for your spirit blade to hit?
It's a +8.
Alright, I'm gonna roll a d20 plus 8 with this. That's gonna hit you, right?
No.
16 plus 8?
Oh, oh!
24.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, so she disarms it from you, and then while you're trying to figure out what happened, she like stabs you directly through the shoulder with your own weapon. You take 3d6 piercing damage from that. And she just looks you directly in the eyes. Sometimes your opponent's weapon is the best thing to strike back against them with. If it looks like you're going to get hit, take the damage and throw it back at them 10 times as hard.
Gonna keep that one in mind.
Do I get do I still have the rest of my turn?
You do still have the rest of your turn, but you don't have spirit weapon up. She impaled you with it. Well, she stabbed you with it. You do have Oni-chan.
So I'd have to make it with an offhanded attack.
You would have to make it with an offhanded attack.
Alright, so whenever I roll, it's -3.
Okay. $17. Wait, no, you still have advantage on these because of this turn. So, 23. You still hit.
Payah!
10, not bad. You get a good hit out on her. Is that the end of your turn?
That's all I got.
She looks at you. She's like, you see her like with the club bearing down. If you take the hit, throw it back at them as hard as they can.
Right.
She's gonna barrel this down on you. Now, you can try what she did, but you have to give her advantage to hit. Do you want to do that or no?
I'm gonna do it.
Alright, this will be an advantage to hit. 17.
And misses.
Alright. Second swing. 25.
That hits.
Okay. So, 24 total damage. As her club barrels directly into your arm, make an athletics check. As you feel like your Reiki pouring directly into your hand.
18.
18. I'm gonna, because she's trying to teach you this, she's gonna have disadvantage on this one. 15.
Ooh.
So, what you do in this point is you, through sheer muscle, through sheer like force of will, you overpower Junko, and you grab the club directly out of her arm, or out of her hand. You have disarmed her. And now, if you'd like, roll a d20, and I'll tell you what the modifier for her weapon is, and you can try to hit her with it. So, 12 plus 11 is 23. So you're definitely going to hit her with this. So the difference with this is, because this isn't a spiritual weapon, this is a physical weapon, I'm going to roll Junko's damage from an Oni club, and that's what she's about to take. So you get Junko for 16 points of damage.
Something like that.
You leave a massive, like, bloodied mark going down her arm. Immediately, you see her arm fly out. She pulls you into a headlock. And she's just like looking down at you. You see tears going down her face.
Mom?
I don't know what I would do if anything killed you. I'm glad your idiot self was able to figure that much out at least.
Hey, I got the best teacher after all, don't I?
I don't have enough time to teach you everything I know. But I'll do what I can for you, Daisuke.
Hey, thanks for being there.
Always. she just kind of like lets you go. Honda's crying. I love a beautiful moment. You see her like crack her neck, and she's looking at her arm. It's like bloodied. Your arm is bloodied too.
Okay, do you want to know how much she got me down to?
How much?
I'm at 38.
She looks at you. Say this. You hit pretty hard, boy.
Kind of had to be strong growing up in that house. Especially all the times I came home with an F.
What I just showed you is... I wanted to teach it to Mitsuki when she's a little older, but I think you'll do better to know it right now. And you look over at her hand again as you see, like, energy pouring all around it. The same way you did, almost like when you call your spirit weapon. But it looks very sort of, like, centered around your, like, hand. It's the Matsumoto family's secret iron grip technique.
Huh.
Catch something coming in, take it away from the opponent, shove it right back at them. The reason most people can't use this is you can't be a fucking coward. You gotta be willing to eat the damage and just barrel right through it.
Well, that's one thing I'm pretty good at. I can take a good hit.
You see her pick up her club and she looks at you again. Alright, we're gonna go through this a few more times until you have it down pat.
Right.
And if we have time before your final match in this tournament, I'll show you how to do Gaia Breaker.
That one. Hey, I didn't even know you could do something like that.
I can do way more than that, and you get a good look at her and make an insight check.
16.
She was holding back a significant amount in this fight.
Yeah, I could tell.
As you train and you spar with Junko for a little bit, it's an intense fight, but she's forcing you to like control your Reiki. You push past your Reiki limit like well beyond the next couple hours you train with her. And this goes late into the night. Like it's about 4, you do this till maybe about like 11. Like constantly, like barely a break. Honda leaves and then comes back later. But you do get like a pretty good amount of training from her. You learn more about really like manipulating your Reiki as well. And surprisingly, it's very like it's beyond just learning like a physical technique. You feel like your control over your energy has gotten better over this point as well. But as we leave off with you training and then moving from the night once you get to rest after this with Junko, the next day will be where Kunai and Naoki go through a similar experience. And I think this is a good place to call it for right now.
Ooh,
Oh boy.
I survived getting my ass kicked from my mom. I tell you, had I not gotten out of the way of that one hit, I would probably be downed.
Alright, let me know when you end the stream, Noodle. I want to cover some stuff off stream with you guys real quick.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.